Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, December the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. And can you see my screen? You should see CYTH as the symbol in the chart. Okay, so, well, this is a day everybody's been waiting for. I'm not sure everybody, but Tesla. Tesla gets added to the S&P, I think, at the end of the day. So, could be exciting. Now, let's take a look at some of these things that are happening this morning. CYTH had a big pop after hours, I believe. CYTH. Actually, I'm sorry, it was not a, well, it was a ramp up towards the end of the day after hours action for CYTH, and then the big pop this morning actually got all the way up to $9.80. It is making a little move off this level here, which was, I put a price alert around 750 for it. Very low float. So again, anything can happen with something like this, with such a low float. The only news I saw was Maxim initiated buy with a $10 price target. There's probably some other news, but that's all I could really find on it. CYTH. Square Feet. SQFT. It's still up. Yeah, not bad. Big move after hours. Look at this. After hours, this is that mauve area right here. After hours, it got up to 837. It has pulled back quite a bit. Still up 50%. And I don't see any specific news on it. There's the news from 12/11, but don't see any specific news on it today. You're right, I did see that. 30,000 shares at 4 something. Was it 463 or something like that for the CYTH? Space is down. SPCE is down. Seems like it's down because the CEO has sold some shares. I mean, that's the only news I could find. He's certainly allowed to sell shares, but market doesn't like that. So anyway, there it is. AMPE. Another one where okay, I do see some. Okay, so demonstrates safety, and so it's a virus play. AMPE is a virus play. It's not a low float though. 171 million in the float, but look at this gap. I mean, if it holds, sometimes they don't all have to be low floats. May not be quite as frantic action, but if you take a look, you just look left. I mean, it has room in theory up to this 3 level, and that's where the AMPE. Hopefully nobody was in this one. MESO, negative data. I wanted to short this one, but there are now shorts available. When I wanted to short it up in this area here, there were no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, there's 5,000 now. Anyway, negative data, it's a virus play. So hopefully nobody was in this one. 1371 down to 8. Yikes. ATNF. Don't see any. Again, drives me crazy. Just can't see any specific news on it. Low float, 12 million in the float. It's a huge volume. Huge volume. So there's something going on. I just can't see any headline on it. ATNF. CNSP. All right, so it's not holding its gap. It's down about $1 from the pre-market highs. The pre-market highs are around 450, so it's at 360 right now, so it's not holding its gap. Another one that is not shortable for me. But you got to like the gap if it can hold this area and start to move, because again, if you look left on the weekly chart, it has room to 418 is the next high in the weekly chart. Where did it get to this morning? Yeah, but it's just fading. was slow on the short trigger on this one. I wanted to short this one. I just reacted a little too slowly. This one, X-Cur, looks like the only reason this is up is the BMO coverage, and it got through the 200-day briefly. 203 is the 200-day. It got up to 212 and it fell right back down. It was shortable for me, but I just a little slow on getting it. Rocket, RKT, Rocket Mortgage. You know, since its IPO, I mean, it had one great week, and after that, I mean, it's really been kind of stuck. But Rocket is down a little bit, RKT. I'm hearing GME in my ear. GME, GameStop is, well, that's interesting. So it's pretty interesting, actually. 49 million in the float, so it's not huge. Lots of resistance, probably around 17, so there's enough room if it wants to keep moving. Let's see if I see any. Why is GameStop closing stores after its best sales month ever? I don't know. That's the headline. Now this was one of the rocket shifts from yesterday. SCPS is down 16%, recovering. If you're going to try to trade this, be awfully careful. Look at it on the 15-minute chart, how whippy it was all day yesterday. And MDNA is up, and the only thing I can see is Oppenheimer initiating coverage with an outperform. I don't think they put a price target on it, but outperform with a price target of 12. Pretty obviously pretty aggressive. $5 stock with a price target of 12. And let's see, what other notes do I have? Well, I know this one is up. I just don't see that it's going to hold, but let's talk about it anyway. VTGN. I might be wrong. I mean, they've done a share financing in terms of the number of shares issued. 63 million shares at 93 cents. So basically doubling the float. But lots of volume. It's up 26%, but there's the financing is at 93 cents. Maybe there's some other news. I don't see any other news other than the financing news. And another one that caught my eye was Mavis, MVIS. Microvision, it is up 6%, and let's see, it's holding the gap pretty well. I mean, the high was 539, so definitely holding the gap pretty well. There is a ton of room. I think I went back. I think I had to go back to 2014 before we see these levels. So as far as I'm concerned, there's really no resistance for MVIS. Darn it, CYTH is really starting to move now. I had my alert set here. I just got distracted. It was going to take some at 750, but man, so it's moving. 869 looks like, or 872 looks like the high. Very, very low float. So anything can happen with that float. And Veru, another one that I kind of caught my eye in a downward trend also. It's only down 3%, but you can see that if we can take out this area down here, 870 or so, just stick an alert there. This could be an interesting short. It is available to me for shorting, so I take a look at this under 9. All right, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. One moment, please. Okay, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. They've been very, very, very active. Yeah, a few upgrades, a few downgrades, so let's get a few of them in. Yeah, well, so Tesla being added. I think it's at the end of the day, if I read that correctly. Tesla being added to the S&P at the end of the day. Am I right on that? And let's see a few more to get in here. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I get some of the downgrades in now. Those of you who I know are in Coeur d'Alene, CDE, you see there's a downgrade for it. Not that that really matters that much, I suppose, but just to note that. Couple of downgrades, actually, a couple of downgrades for CDE if you're in it. Canaccord and Roth. All right, there we go. There are the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, I'm kind of wrong about this VTGN. I didn't really want to talk about it too much. I just assumed it would probably fall back to the financing price, but it is not VTGN. It's not a low float either. I mean, it's not huge, but it's still 64 million shares, but this is really ripping. And again, I mean, it's a 93-cent financing, 63. So they're issuing a lot of shares, basically doubling the float at 93 cents. But hey, this might turn into a short. I can actually short this one. Unless there's some other news that I cannot see. Yeah, well, lucky for you, Fritchel. Yes, yeah, because obviously the CNCP popped for you this morning nicely. So, you know, you might want to keep an eye on the skills, SKLZ. This was the old FEAC. Somebody brought this to our attention yesterday. And it had a nice move at the end of the day because FEAC the day before closed around 764. Let me expand this, expand the 15-minute chart to show you what I'm talking about. So FEAC closed at around this price, and it really didn't do anything. But at the, you know, starting at 12:30 though, it had a beautiful run up. I mean, all the way from 17 whatever to 23. So that was a great run for SKLZ, and looks like it's, you know, it's I don't know what it's going to do today, of course, but Yes, that's what I was saying. Did I not say that? FEAC? Maybe I said some other symbol. Yeah, the only news I see on it is a price target of 12. Somebody, I think, was Maxim. I believe it was Maxim. That's the only news I see on CYTH. I mean, there might be something else, but also that's right. The director bought 30,000 shares at, I think it was 460, 466. So that is so a couple of little snippets of news for CYTH. So that was you, Casa, right? That was you who asked me about it, and unfortunately, when you asked me about it, it was still at that at the price where FEAC closed. It wasn't you, okay? It was somebody else then asked my opinion of skills. We were trying to figure out, or the person was trying to figure out the actual symbol. We went through several variations before we finally got to the SKLZ. It was you, Avery. Okay. All right, well, out of interest, let's just take a look at MGNX to see what it is doing after kind of a strange reaction to the press release about FDA approving their drug. This was after hours the day before. I don't really believe that, but there's a high of up to 44. But once there was a little bit of a pop pre-market yesterday, but once the market opened, it just kind of slid. I mean, it's still. I mean, it's a strange reaction, but again, it may be because whatever drug they've got, yes, it has the approval, but maybe it's super expensive. Maybe there's a lot of maybes. MGTX. Yeah, okay. So just no volume yet, but Rodex Hair in the YouTube feed is pointing out this one. Yeah, I mean it's got some room. Just obviously needs volume. It's got some room on that monthly chart. What was the news for? Okay, so I mean, I don't. Well, first of all, there's no volume on it. All I see is Morgan Stanley maintain coverage. That's all. So, only news I see. Why would you care about VER? Oh, I see. I see. So this is a stock split, reverse split, 1-for-5 reverse split. I see now. Well, at least we have got it right. We don't have this up. So this was what, a $7.50 stock yesterday. So we don't have it up from 7.5 to 38 at a big percentage. So it has been split adjusted. Yeah, well, it's right here in our news. You know, it's right there. I do see this Zila XELA. Again, it's way under, I mean, it's up 53%, lots and lots of volume. Just nothing I really pay much attention to just because it's under $1. But for those of you who like to follow this, I mean, stock's under $1. I mean, this is a massive, massive pop, lots and lots of volume. It secures a $145 million term loan. That is the news I see. Guru, you're a funny man, Rodax. All right, we're getting set for the open, so let me close down these windows here. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and there I am, my watch list. Okay, there's my watch list right there. Now remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will disappear, be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved it before. Now I have made a little change to my basic new highs and lows. You don't have to, but I have changed. It's going to be from the open instead of from the close. Okay, so I want to see what sort of alerts we get today. So instead of up or down 4% from the close, it's up or down 4% from the open. Just changing it up. You don't have to do the same thing, but we'll probably get different alerts today. Okay, thank you, Zach. We will do so. And let me see what's happening. What's happening with GME? Is it still not bad? I mean, it's still got room. So I guess the market is somewhat reacting to the fact that they're closing a lot of stores. But that was yesterday. I mean, I'm looking here. What is the today's the 18th. Okay, so yesterday 10:30. That was closing stores. But actually, they probably were starting to close stores before that. It just says, "Why is GameStop closing stores?" That's the headline that was at. I'm just reading it now. All right, market's going to open in 30 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And next week is, whatever we call it, holiday week, Christmas week, whatever. I can't remember. Is the market open half a day, Christmas Eve day? Can't remember. This window here, the basic new highs and lows, okay? You don't have to do it, okay? You don't have to change it. Okay, guys, we're now open. Okay, so the market, just checking the market, what it is doing. SPY is a little bit up, Dow's a little bit up, NAS is a little bit up. Can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. Christmas Eve day was a half day. Yeah, we have a halt. First halt of the day. What did we halt at? Our couple of our favorites. Ooh, halted on the way up. SCPS. And the other crazy one on the way down. WNW. Well, here's a SPAC on the move, guys. FSRV on the move here. What a move. Didn't see that at all in the pre-market. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. Look at this move for FR. And there's MVIS, guys. MVIS. Okay, guys, VERU weakening here. Weakening. VERU. Sorry about that. Just a minute here. I've got to make a change here. Come on, come on. Ah. Sometimes that happens at the very beginning of the day, trying to get into a configuration window with so much is going on. Yeah, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. All right, look at Sonoma, SNOA over 9. What did it hit in the after hours yesterday? 1071. Partnership, some kind of a partnership with Gabriel. Yeah, Fubu as I saw this yesterday. This, of course, was a beautiful AI alert yesterday. Fubu yesterday held its highs, and then after hours, it started to move, and it's still looking good. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to make a quick change here. It's not going to affect it too much, I don't think. Whoops. 4. Okay. That sounds like if it's Pacific, West Coast, sounds like it, or looks like it. Okay, so square foot got halted. SQ. Oh, this could be a big open. I don't see the bid. I see the ask at 663. All right, guys. Well, if you have the AI, you know there's one pretty good one already. A little bit spready, but it's pretty good already. And finally, one in my price range. Yeah, so this one, okay, I mean, there's no secret. This is the first AI alert at 1701. Now it is spready. To see that big catch up. And it hit, what did it hit after hours yesterday? It hit 19. Just about $19. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to figure out, I'm getting an alert and I'm not sure where. All right, so MVIS, it was a little bit whippy to start, but look at it now. MVIS, it hit 567 all the way back down to 536 and now right back up. And that's MVIS. So SPY's gone just mildly negatives. Dow is, flat. NAS is just up a little bit. Market, it looks like it's trying to, well, it doesn't look like it is trying to weaken right now. CURO on the move. Look at this one, CURO. So what do we see here on the monthly chart? Looks like 14, around 14 is pretty stern resistance. Look at the weekly chart, the same sort of thing. After a terrible day yesterday for surf, somebody said they got an upgrade. I didn't see that upgrade, but AMRS. Okay, I may have screwed this up. Yeah. There we go. So CURO, yeah, it's halted. CURO is halted. CLSK on the move. CleanSpark on the move. What sort of resistances are on the weekly chart? Another halt, boy. Well, this is not a halt. This is a, excuse me, another, excuse me, another one of the SPACs. Boy, VUZI is just what a few days it's had from four, almost a double, 4 up to 724. Nice swing, yes, nice swing for a lot of you who were taking this AWH. All right, so 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes to go before we start getting some things on my watch list here. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Okay, guys, clean energy on the move. Also, CLNE, probably some resistance right around here, though, unfortunately. You can see on the weekly chart, I mean, if it can somehow take out 529, I mean, look at the room it's got. It's a big float, 142 million. It just really has to take this out. That's about 529. Let me put an alert right there. See if it does take it out. All right, so CGRO was a big flyer a few days ago, pulled up to 16 something, pulled all the way back. Maybe it's found a bottom here. So that looks like that's it for CYTH, at least for a while. Yeah, it's not shortable for me, unfortunately. This looks like it's over. Again, guys, you've got to be very, very nimble if you're going to take these with, very, very low floats, 1 million in the float. Okay, so another gaming stock, IGT, maybe piggybacking off the GME a little bit. All right, there's Ballard, BLDP. My guess is Plug is probably moving higher also, as well as Fuel Cell. No, Fuel Cell not really doing much. Okay, so this just resumed. Square foot just resumed. There was the alert at 650, but I don't know. That must have happened right on the resumption. And it just got halted again. Wow, this has got well, it's all over the place. It flashed 8.8. on the potential open, but now it's back down to 723. Yeah, so I was surprised it had the pop, to be honest. The VTGN, I was surprised it had the pop up here. I mean, they've done a financing at 93 cents, 93 cents, 63 million shares. So I was very surprised that it did this. So that's my only analysis of it, that it would probably drift down towards the financing price. Okay, how's this market starting? Okay, the market is starting to weaken here. So all the indices are down. SPY's down a little, Dow's down a little, NAS is down a little. Market is weakening. There's that first 15-minute candle. Keep an eye on this one. This is a potential short. This is coming from my bouncers toppers, FEYE. There's some room still, I guess, at the 16 mark if you look at that monthly chart, but I missed it. I was looking at a little scalp short for the FEYE, and I've missed it. What does that happen? Well, we have 8.9 million in the float for SQFT. That's what our provider has for us. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, my other monitor, just to see if there's anything kind of interesting happening. AIR is AIR is a earnings play. Oh, look at the room it's got. If it can hold this area, well, that's a lot of room for AIR if it can hold. Why is snow high? I don't know. Investors piling into it. William Blair initiated snowflake coverage with Outperform. I don't know if that's the reason, but where's that coming from? I have an alert and I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, okay, I see it. More halts, guys. More halts. And of course, this one from yesterday, this YGMZ. Okay, Wow, this is what a okay. I mean, I don't know how easy it would have been to get at 650, but look at that alert 650. It is 818. Wouldn't surprise me if it gets halted again. SQFT. Okay, now this is on the watch list. Hopefully, you can understand why this is on made it on the watch list. The PROG. Look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. And when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean that's what we like to see. We like to see big gaps so that at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. It's a relatively low float, 32 million in the float. Stick an alert at the high of the day, 574. That's where the, oh, that's the high of the pre-market. Curo, yeah, Curo is still a little bit of a pullback there. Low float, 16 million in the float. Interesting. No action. Well, I shouldn't say that. That was just before the market opened. You know, that's about 9:26, just before the market opened. Until that point, was really no action whatsoever. No clue that this was going to happen. Okay, now halted on the way down. SQFT. Oh, we're getting a lot of halts again today. Yesterday may have been a record for the number of stocks that were halted. Not necessarily the number of halts, but the number of different stocks. All right, so keep an eye on TCAT. TCAT, what did it hit yesterday? It hit 268 or so. It is just slightly negative. It's a low float. So it was very active yesterday. You can see on the daily chart yesterday, that's what it got up to. This would not trigger. It's on my watch list, but it will not. It more than likely won't trigger. But it doesn't mean you can't follow it. It won't trigger because it's got to take out the high of yesterday. It's pretty doubtful it will do that. Okay, watching the market. So those are two pretty big red bars now, guys. Yeah, the market is yeah, it's starting to capitulate a little bit here. So that opening 15-minute candle, and now the second one. One moment, please. All right, guys, so here's a word about the DMTK. You notice it got stopped out, all right? But in a million years, you should never have let that happen, okay? If you are trading, because you get an alert at 1701, it got up to 1773. I know it was spready, but if you somehow got into that trade, you cannot allow that to happen and then get stopped out. That's why we always say, manage the exits on your own. Yeah, there will be no target. Listen, I would pay no attention to the target price, okay? On any of them. It's only, there's a target price in there just for the optimization routine, but you know it's not scientific whatsoever. You know, sometimes it's $1, sometimes it's $1.50, sometimes it's, you know, up a certain percent. There's no science behind it, so it's only for optimization purposes. I mean, listen, if it approaches the target, you want to take some out, fine. But I mean, there's no, there's really no science behind it. That's all I can say. I thought this was Estee Lauder, but no. Earthstone Energy, ESTE. What do you have for resistance? ESTE, low float, 21 million in the float. Looking left, it's kind of right at that area. If it can get through that, wow, it's got some room to 6. Not a huge amount of volume yet, but it is trading 24 times normal. Okay, just a minute, please. Just gotta do a reset, I think. Oh, there we go. So this one, AUPH, I mean, where's the low there? Is 1283? I'm glad I didn't get my short on FEYE. It would have been, that would have been a quick one, just a scalp short. Okay, your AWH, let's take a look at that. AWH, yeah, beauty, absolute beauty. Good for you guys who were swinging this one. HCDI just got halted. HCDI I don't know if this is an IPO or a symbol name change. So what is this stacking up? So HDI just got halted. Oh, so it resumed and then it just got halted again. Wow, well, FEYE just ripped here. Again, I was looking to short this. I missed my entry. Well, again, guys, what's the spread like on that one? It's still kind of wonky. Technical term. For HCDI, it's stacking up at 640, 640 right now. Well, this Magnite MGNI, this is now an all-time high. I believe it's an all-time high right there, 2187. So yes, this is an all-time high now for MGNI. Yeah, it got halted again. SQFT got halted again on the way up. I don't see any. No, I don't see any news for SQFT. It was in my pre-gap, my pre-market. It gapped up after hours yesterday. I don't see any specific news on it. All right, ELOX. Low float, 27 million in the float. Yesterday, wow, yesterday this got up to 680. So there is, I mean, if the traders get involved in this one again, that's what they're looking at. Well, I've still got this. Of course, I've still got the swing of XNet patiently holding this GKK in at 303. So just holding it. Okay, so this just opened. HCDI just opened. Yeah, this is too whippy, guys. I mean, the spread can get crazy for the DMTK. I missed this. How could I miss this? 460, 567. No, I missed this one. I mean, I saw it, but somehow I missed my alert. PROG. I think he's interested because of a big insider buy, Torps. I believe that's the reason. All I know is that I traded in and out of Mara a million times. If I just held my original position at around I don't know, it was 253 or so, but it does give you, room to sort of think about that. Okay, guys, you may want to keep an eye on Meso, MESO. Bad news for it. It's a virus play, but it is trying to bounce here, guys. Well, not trying to. It has bounced from 8 to 9. The high in the pre-market was 976, so you might want to keep an eye on it, see how well it holds this 9. Maybe bases a little bit here and then pops. Maybe with a shot. I guess the high in the pre-market actually was 10, just a little over 10. Boy, this PROG. I mean, it's got lots of room. PROG, lots and lots of room. I just took my eye off it. There's the alert at 567. Looks like it's going to, it certainly looks like it's, well, obviously going to test 6. Oh man, I mean these are so whippy. Look at this. Remember I mentioned this one up here. Now it's just dropping FSRV up to 15, down to 1260. These are not almost impossible to day trade. You have to have, I mean I don't know who they're looking at to merge with, but you just have to have faith They're very, very difficult to intraday trade, in my opinion, anyway. The resin on the move here, RESN, but let's take a look here. I don't like this day. Oh, awful looking weekly. I get the alert. I have to look at these charts, and I don't know what the charts look like ahead of time. They're just not nice for RESN. Well, I made money in Mara. It's just that I didn't hold as much as I could have. That's all. I did make money trading it. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Look at the Meso, guys. I mentioned the Meso. Nice, nice now. MESO. So there's the pre-market high, right up here at 10. Beautiful bounce for it. Look at that. From 8 to 944. Yeah, buckle up, Buttercup. SCPS, good luck. Well, guys, I've done something I don't often do with the AI. I took an expensive one. You probably know which one it is. Well, it's the one that starts with the big letter B. Saying I don't often take those ones, but not on a hunch, but it pulled back and then it came right back up, and so I took it. And a little bit spready, not horribly spready. Well, it's past its prime now. I mean, but it's this one 5039 50. I did not get in at 5039, but I don't often take the ones that are over $20, to be honest. So okay, HLIT, I'm hearing. HLIT. Wow. Harmonic. 834, looking left on that monthly chart or so. It's got a shot to get to 8. 94 million in the float, so it's not a huge float. Or sorry, it's not a low float. Again, I may have to change my mind a little bit on the pricing that I'm looking at with the AI. I've just seen some nice runs for some of the more expensive ones. Like Fubu yesterday, not a Fubu was really expensive, but nice continuation play. FUBO from the AI alert yesterday was alerted at 3056. 3056 had a great day yesterday, closed near the high, had nice little after hours action. Got up to 39. I mean, that's a great. Is there a way to sort it by a different column? Are you talking about this window here, the strategy trades all? You can sort on any column. Oh yeah, you can just click on any column. Double left click on any column and that'll sort it. I sorted on the aggressive profit percent, but you can sort it in any column. Just double left click twice, rapidly. What do I think of Tesla? Well, again, this is just a personal preference, I mean, this is not, boy, look at this one. I'm so upset with myself on the PROG. Well, hopefully some of you guys got this one. I mean, PROG, now I mentioned it. There was the alert at 567. I was fiddling around doing something else, and then look at it now, 604. Lots and lots of room. Don't know where it's going to go, but just look left. That's why it made that's why it made my watch list, because of the room it had. Well, I don't mind missing things that I'm I mind missing things that are in my watch list. Look, there's all sorts of other. I know Fuel Cell is moving. Ballard, Plug. But when it's in my watch list, it upsets me a little bit more. I'm not long. No, I missed it. I told you I missed it. I wanted to take it on this break right there, the 573 break. Just a minute, please. Where is my music? Excellent, Chris. That's the way to do it. Keep practicing. Time is it 10? Not 10:20. So I'm going to be going over the simulator, Brokerage Plus, the AI. I'm interested in this surf on a short underneath here. I had a terrible day. I know I got an upgrade today, but so what? I'm going to stick an alert down here, 895. See if it takes that out later on. No, FireEye is just having a great day. Okay, so Chris, if you're interested, if I understand what you're trying to say, you'll need our premium service. I don't know if you have our premium service. And then if you do, then you just turn the strategies on. Then you can work the simulator with the strategies too. But you have to have our premium service. Well, okay, hopefully some of you guys took this prog. Don't see any news for it either. PROG, Medical Laboratories. I don't see where are they out of. Out of San Diego. I don't see any news for it. But that was the one, guys. No question about it. That was the one. 567 to 627 now. Great percentage increase. Expanding COVID testing sites. Okay. Yeah, but Chris, before you do that with IB, you don't have to, you can use the simulator. Okay, you can, before, I would not use your IB account or live. I would practice with the simulator first. Okay? Do not do it with your money yet. All you have to do is just, turn on the simulator and then go to, have the AI tab and then turn them on. Right click, highlight them all. If I could, the highlighting would work. Right click and enable, okay? Do not do it until you have tried it in the simulator. I forbid you from doing that. Sorry, guys, I'm just waiting. I'm just reading some discussions with our support people. Okay. Now the next thing you might want to take a look at the editing, the instructions, because it depends. You might say, well, how come I'm not getting a fill? You have to understand what that limit offset is all about. Okay. All right. Because what that right there, I have it at 11 cents, minus 11 cents. So that means, as an example, you get an alert. You get an alert, and how far outside of the actual alert price are you willing to take the trade? So that's a question we get a lot. They say, well, I've got it all enabled, but it's not taking the trades. Well, if you have a 1 cent offset, you'll probably never get filled with one trade. And if you haven't watched this video, you should. It's almost 10:30, so I'm going to start my spiel about trade ideas. But if you haven't watched the video about all that, then you should. It talks about the limit offset. And another one halted because of volatility. Man, oh man, PTPI, another low float situation. Where are you out of? Out of New York? Man, this has been, the last few days, we've had tons and tons of halts. This is not an IPO. Obviously a symbol name change here 2 weeks ago. And this is stacking up at $5. Once it opens, right now, I mean, that can change. All right, guys, it's a little bit, it's not quite 10:30, but I think I'll start my spiel right now regarding trade ideas and all. So first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And yes, it is a free room. Is there a way to set alerts on Holly? You're talking about a sound alert? Security lady? You talk? Oh yeah, yeah, no problem. If you know how to set one on the, do you know how to do it on the alert windows? Sort of. Well, okay. It's exactly the same. Right click, actions. Okay, and then you just follow this. You check the play sound. You set up the sound. You know, if you want it text to speech, you can go ahead and do that. Remember, the sound alerts, you can't put them all text to speech because otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. But if you want to have one text to speech, that's fine. The rest of them, use custom sound. Check that. Select. Here are 3 folders. Click on the folders and you'll see some sound alerts within each folder. You can click on one, just highlight it. You can open it. You can play it. You hear how it sounds. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times and then it gets attached to the window. Did you get that? Okay. Then don't forget to save your layout at the end, because all the changes like that you make, if you don't save your layout either to the cloud, save your layout to your computer, you know, all the changes you're making will not be saved. Okay, so I want to put in my home page. Okay, so I've just put in my home page. Here's my home page. Click on the link. And lots of information on my home page, including how to take out a subscription. So there is a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. First month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This is what you'll see. So we have 4 plans. We have the premium and standard annual plans. The premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Big difference between premium and standard. The big difference, there are other differences, but the big difference is the AI. And I'm going to go over that in a little bit. This is what the AI looks like. I'm going to go over it. So the main reason that people take our premium service is to have access to that AI. We do have monthly plans. You don't have to take an annual plan. Standard is $118. Premium is $228. You can get 15% off the first month only, okay? So it's only the first month. After that, it'll revert to these two prices. At any time, if you do want to upgrade, you can do so, and we will honor the 15% promo code. Okay? Other information on my homepage. Trade of the Week. Subscribe to the Trade of the Week. They have been awesome for the last couple of months. Subscribe to it. You'll get sent to your email about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Now, some of you, I realize, you sign up for it, and I have no explanation why you're not getting it. But I'm going to put my Twitter account in here, and I just talk stocks, guys, nothing else. And very, very little. All I do is I post a couple of things, but I do post the Trade of the Week Monday morning in my Twitter account at @bbruin44. Also, if you come into the trading room Monday morning, we'll be talking about the Trade of the Week. So just in case, you sign up and you're frustrated and you're not getting it, you can also do that. I do a recap of what's happened in the trading room. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. All the scans I'm sharing, including halts or zooms, has been a popular one. Lots and lots of education links right here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. I do like to put that on its own. I think if you're new to trade ideas, and I think, again, I always say this, it won't take you 20 days, but catchy marketing. Yeah, you can try a security, but it seems that what I would do, just give me a moment, okay? I'm going to show you what you can try to do. So here are the 20 short lessons. Again, if you're new to trade ideas, I can't recommend this more. How to build a top list, how to create an alert window, all of the basic features of trade ideas, okay? And if you don't have trade ideas, you can also click on that. You can see, again, these are the basic features, it'll get you started. More educational links. So we have a YouTube feed that I monitor. It's it's a concurrent trading room to this one. People can also watch me and hear me on YouTube. But this room here, a lot more active, a lot more traders. So if that's what you're after, you should come to the trading room. Otherwise, YouTube is fine. But so I look after that between 9 and noon, and then from 12 to 1 of the other Trade Ideas trainers takes over. It's more of a Q&A section. So what I'll do before I take my break at noon, I'll pop in the link. So you can head over there if you do want to. The daily webinar, so they have been on hiatus until January, but once we get back to our normal schedule, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time, you can sign up for them. A lot more educational videos here and some ebooks that we created. So lots of information on my homepage link. You should save the link if you want. Then you can always refer back to it. Look at FEYE. Well, good thing I didn't get that short. So security lady, and it may not work, but just give me a moment here as I resize the trading room in my other monitor. So you can try this, okay? I'm going to give you the homepage link. So go to the homepage link, start a live discussion, tell them you're not getting the trade of the week. They're going to ask for your email, so have that ready and they'll check your account. That may work. The other thing you can do is check your spam folder, things like that. But other than that, I have no idea why there's so much, we have so many problems with this trade of the week getting sent out. And again, though, and I promise, I don't tell you what I have for breakfast every morning, but at @bbruin44 is my Twitter account, and I do post the trade of the week Monday mornings. Okay, so now I do want to talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize those 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. Out of the 50, these are the ones that made the cut. Why did they make the cut? A bunch of reasons, but one of them, a correct profit factor, win percentage combination. You know, who cares why they make the cut? This is why these are the ones that did make the cut. This is how I would use the AI. Click on New, and then AI/Holly strategy trades windows, trades window, okay? When you do that, this is the window that will show up. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout because then you don't have to load it every morning. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry, you have a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. You don't have to get in right at the entry. I didn't on this one. You can wait to see how it trades a bit, but it's up to you to manage the trades. We usually have a very, modest number of trades. I don't know how many we've got right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would say 15 is usually about a max. Okay, so that is what the AI is all about. And again, I would absolutely recommend that you do it the way I do it, because it just, instead of going to the channel and all, I mean, first of all, if you go to the channel, it's the only channel you can have up and running. So why not just have that one window, incorporate it as part of your layout, and then you don't have to do anything. You load your layout every morning, just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about trade ideas in general. Trade ideas is what I call an event scanner, an event-based scanner. So what do I mean by that? What you see here is my basic new highs and lows. Okay, this is the scan I put together. Click on Configure. So these are the filters I'm using. Now I did change a filter this morning. You didn't have to, but I wanted to see what sort of alerts we'd get. Instead of from the close, I said 4% from the open. But anyway, so these are the filters that I've used. And of course, if you take this scan, which I'm sharing, if you go to my homepage, I'm sharing all the scans, and this is one of the ones I'm sharing. If you don't like that price range, of course you can make a change. Just make the change here. But this is this is so here are the filters I'm using. So if all of these filters values are met and a stock makes either a new high or a new low, I will get an alert, a real-time alert. So that's kind of the event. And of course, you can create all of your own events. We have a lot of alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but we have a lot of alerts that you can use. We have a lot of filters. lots of filters. So what we've done, instead of making people learn a programming language, we try to simplify it so it's kind of an a la carte. You kind of pick and choose what filters you want, and you pick the alert how you want to get notified on a real-time basis. Okay, so it's very customizable. So that is what Trade Ideas is. Now we have this window called Brokerage Plus. Now before I talk about that though, we also have this linking tool. If you go up to tools, and now unfortunately this is only available in the application, the downloadable application. It's not available in the web-based if you're using our web-based version. But we link with many brokerage platforms. So linking is this. Once I've established a link to my brokerage platform, when I click on a symbol, it'll load into my order entry, so I don't have to type it in. Now, if you're not clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it's not that big a deal. But if you're somebody like myself, actively clicking on alerts, it'd be a pain if I had to type that symbol in all day long into my order entry. So it's a big time saver. So that's what linking does. It's a time saver. Now, we also have, and so of course then once it's loaded, then from within your brokerage platform, you can trade the stock. We also have this, what we call Brokerage Plus, and it's from the toolbar, okay? And again, only available on the app with the downloadable application. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window instead of going within Interactive Brokers and trading. You can use this window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So how would you do that? Okay, so there is a great introduction video. It's about 26, 27 minutes long, and it covers exactly how you would use, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, and how you'd use this Brokerage Plus window. Okay, so once you get into it, then you'll see that you can set up things like, you see an alert, you like what you see, you go back to it, right click, and you can set up your own. Oh, I haven't clicked on the simulator. So again, you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Okay? And again, it's all covered in that video. Now, the other major way to use this is as a simulator. So if you're new to trading, please, please, please practice before you commit money to the market. We have a great simulator. You just click on the sim, and it's using our real-time data. It doesn't have any bearing on what look at curl, holy smokes. Another nice pop here out of almost sort of consolidation. So it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. Just give me one moment, please, guys. I have to change my headset. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, just give me a moment here. I'm trying to connect. Okay, just give me a moment. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm now back. So, as a simulator, yeah, so you should really practice trading before you commit money to the market. So, all you have to do is click on the sim, and you could have taken Kuro right here in the simulator and made a pile of money from 11 to 17. But seriously, what you see here, this TCAT, this is something in the simulator that I took yesterday, and I didn't close it out. You know, I got in at 167. I did not close it out, so it carried forward tomorrow. So you can practice swing trading also here. It's very easy to use. You just click on an alert. You'll see the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. My goodness, Kuro. I'm trying to see. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. I just see, I mean, in the news, it's not specific to it, but it says Catapult to go public through merger with FinServ acquisition. It just happens to be sort of grouped with the Kuro headline. Man, oh man. Okay, so let's let's take a trade here. Okay, so the Prague, great trade, guys. I mean, you know, 567 got up to 628. You know, obviously, if you're not out of it all, you should have been out some. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. You know, I would never do this for real. Well, actually, let's take Kuro on a potential pullback. Let's just say, and this is how you can also do this. You don't have to take the trade right at the current price. Let's just say you wanted to take it on a pullback to 776, right there. So all you do is you just put 776. Sorry, 1776. This is not going to happen, maybe, but I just want to show you how you can do this. Okay, so it's going to show up on the chart. So there's a conditional buy order if it pulls back to 1776. This is how you can do that. So you see the line right there on the chart? So if it does go down to 1776, it'll take the trade. But this is just unbelievable. What's the float? I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. Let me cancel that, because you can also do something else. I'm going to cancel that order. Wow, $20, unreal. Well, let's do it here on a pullback to. Want to see it? Just want to see it take the trade. Pull back to 1857. So let's try that one again. Or 1864. Just want to show you how it can work. Okay, so now we've got it at 1864. Let's see if that comes back to 1864 and it'll take the trade. Now you can also do something else. Let's just say you were waiting for it to break a support or a resistance level. You could also put, of course, the price on top of that resistance level. So if it broke through, it would take the trade. So, and you can see it took the trade. It obviously just dipped down very quickly and came right back up. So it took the trade. Okay. Got me in at 1865. Boy, that was quick. Hallelujah. Look at that. Well, if you knew that you were going to take that trade at 1958, your stop should be also predetermined ahead of time. Okay, so you would have to know that, okay, if I do get that trade at 1850, whatever, 1865, then you would then add the stop. Okay, you would have to know where it is ahead of time, which is, the right way to trade. I'm going to flatten that trade. Okay, I'm going to flatten that trade. That's how you get out of a trade. Okay, that's a hot key. And I guess I accidentally, what happened is I had highlighted both of them. So I'm out of both of them. I should have mentioned this. So these are hotkeys. Flatten. You can get out of half your trade. You can double your trade. So that was a little bit of excitement. Dip down, took the trade, pop right back up. So again, understand, if I'm going to take that trade at 1865 on a dip, I have to know before I get into that trade where my stop would be. Okay, so that's up to you. So 1865, look at the chart. You have to check to see where support is. So let's just say, for argument's sake, it was 18. So once you got into that trade, then you would add the stop order. Okay, I'm not in the trade anymore. Oh, that's what it is. Thank you, MCB. That's what it is. Okay. That's why that news was lumped together with that catapult. Thank you for that. So again, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Now, you notice I've got this distance from the exit price, and I've got the max P&L columns up here. So had I been able, while I was in that trade, had I been able to absolutely maximize my gains, which is pretty hard probably. Nobody expects to get out right at the top penny, but it would have been up 341. But I also like this distance from the exit price, because this is telling me that I'm now 86 cents, or not, that the stock is 86 cents under where I exited, which of course is great. I exited at 1961, and now it's $1.36 underneath that, which is great. So, you'd love to have it almost to the penny. That'll never happen. And you'd love to see a giant negative number. That's telling you that your exit was really good. That's why I like to see these two columns. Kind of gives me an idea about how well am I exiting trades. Okay, I'm going to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Look at that FireEye. Wow. Security company, of course, but FireEye, F-E-Y-I, F-E-Y-E. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute for about 5 minutes. What time is it right now? 10:50. All right, guys, I'm back. Look at that fire eye. Holy smokes. That was what I was thinking about shorting right around here. Or here, I guess. But man, oh man. All right, PROG on the move again, guys. PROG on the move again. What is the high right there? 628. I mean, it still has room. Isn't that one of those? Isn't that a Bitcoin ETF kind of? It's so expensive. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, if I'm going to follow Bitcoin like that, I'd be GBTC, to be honest. So I don't really have an opinion about that. Somebody asked me that. I don't know if it was you or somebody else sometime this week. But this is what I follow if I'm going to look at Bitcoin, GBTC. Okay, then it was somebody else. Yeah, I mean and it's funny because the day they asked, it was trading hardly anything. But I mean, yeah, I mean, to me, I'd be like, what's the volume here? 433 GBTC. 4 million shares. To me, this is just more liquid, way more liquid to trade if you're looking to try to trade Bitcoin as a stock. I don't know once again, but boy, thumping along here, FEYE. I mean, it's coming right into what you would think would be some resistance. 1619 high and also 1628, but it's just, I mean, I guess with what in theory is happening, these security stocks should be, or I don't know if there's some, yeah. FireEye, Fortinet lead cybersecurity gainers after Microsoft joined. There's my headline. List of SolarWind breach targets. So yeah, that's what that's all about. Dare. Haven't seen Dare for a while. Yeah, so this is what I see. I mean, I see a lot of resistance probably around 150. I mean, it's having a nice day, pretty good volume, but I see a lot of resistance right up here. I mean, it might pop through that, but it's pretty close. Prague again, guys. I just mentioned it right around here, around 618. Okay, one moment, please. On mute. Thank you, Dreamer. Thank you, thank you. I don't think I said anything that inspiring. Watching the market right now, sort of flattening out a bit after that first hour, almost straight down. Okay, so we're getting closer to the calendar future to work. I think this is part of the development. Come on, where are you? And another halt. PTPI got halted again, this time on the way down. Looks like those two downgrades for Coeur d'Alene took effect, CDE. So there were a couple of downgrades this morning for CDE. Yeah, Spike, just a little uglier here, guys. A little bit uglier. You know, it looked like it was flattening out a little bit, but now we've got another red bar coming down. So yeah. So if you're into something that obviously kind of tracks the market pretty closely, obviously be careful. But these ones like FireEye, FEYE, these are PROG, PRG. These are definitions of alpha stocks. Alpha stocks are those stocks that they don't care what the market's doing. They're trading on their own for usually a specific reason, some kind of a news catalyst. And of course with FireEye, it's all to do with security. Yeah, probably hard to find another stock that's had as great almost 3 months, 2.5 months as JMIA, a low of 2.5 months ago of 8, or even lower, six. What was that low? 765. So basically a 6 times, just about, not quite. Yeah, you would think the toppers, like G Pro, would think the toppers. I mean, G Pro is, with the market doing what it's doing. You're talking about this, right? I mean, you would think that some of these, well, they're 2131. But before, but listen, before, I mean, it was ripping higher. Now, But this one for sure, I mean, you would think if it gives up 9, G Pro would be an interesting short. I mean, I don't know why it's up today. Hero 9 black firmware update delivers new G Pro. Okay. So it's a gaming, to do with gaming, but if it gives this up, what sort of room does it, you know what? It doesn't really have that much room in my opinion. It looks like there's decent support right around 884, so it's not like I think it's going to collapse that much. So where was the original alert from my basic new highs? Don't repeat for Kuro. $15? I guess that's pretty good. 21. Now, take a look at GNPX. GNPX. Let's see, 447. I'm just looking at these highs, looking left. 447, 446, 450. So you can see there is a lot of resistance right around that 450 level for a GNPX. How do you set no repeat? Just right click on the alert window, properties, don't repeat, and then just check it, and then you can pick the time frame. Okay, just pick the time frame you want and then say okay. Okay? So I'm all out of this one now, guys. With the market starting to drift down a little bit. All out of the BMCH. I was hoping to get a really multi-dollar move. All-time high. It didn't quite happen, but that's okay. It was a sort of a test for me. Taking a higher price one from the AI that I normally do. I think that one had an upgrade. It's a TMHC. I think that had an upgrade this morning. Yeah, just looking here. There was an upgrade for it this morning, TMHC. Home Builder. All-time high. Almost an all-time high. $27.89. Oh, it might be an all-time high actually. Yeah, I think this is an all-time high for TMHC. Man, that is a rocket ship. Yeah, I wish we had a better way of classifying this, computer peripheral equipment manufacturing into some kind of security sector. Sorry, have I missed a question? I thought I saw something flash by. What are the alerts based on? I may have missed that question. If I missed it, I'm sorry, just repost. How is SWI doing? Still weak, not quite as weak, but boy, it got slammed, of course, because of the breach. Oh, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Things are starting to slow down. Just as I say that, ORTX just alerted. Look at this, man, straight up, talk about a trend. Look at that on the 15-minute chart. Straight the heck up. Saw this one earlier, but it just, I thought that this is the potential resistance area, 524-ish. Not a low float, 84 million in the float. Okay, guys, I am trying to find out where I'm getting this alert from. It's driving me crazy. You have to load these again. Okay, we know it's not that one. Guys, ORTX is just on a mission here. Well, I mean, this is the level. I mean, if it can get through this, anything can happen, I guess. I mean, there's 523. It's at 521, 520. And let's see. Let's back this weekly chart, get a bigger view of it. 523. There's the high. 507. So then looks like the next high is 520. So there. So 544 would be the next highs for ORTX. I mean, if it can get through all that, I mean, it's still got room. What a straight up move. No inkling that that was going to happen in the pre-market. And I don't see any news on it. Again, look at what happened yesterday. Nothing that would lead you to believe this was going to happen. You know, and it's not a low float. 84 million in the float. This is not a low float, but this is just bursting through. I think, what did I say? 540 over here was the next high. 544 is the next high. Boy, this is shortable also, so it's way above the channel. So, Emily, if you can hear me. So that is, it looks like it's already capitulated though from 541. All right, CYTH may be getting a little, well, it is getting a little action right now. I mean, it was all the way down here, 670. Maybe a little bit of action, trying to come back. Super, super low float. So, I mean, again, guys, if you're going to take any, like this one, with 1 million in the float, just be very careful. As quickly as it can go up, it can come down. Okay, I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:27. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Pushing the VWAP, okay. 755, yes, it is pushing the VWAP, isn't it? What did it get you in the pre-market? 975. So, I mean, this is again, traders get a hold of this. I say push through the VWAP maybe. Traders get a hold of this. That's all they see. Well, my little bouncer toppers keeps trying to pick a top for this FireEye, FEYE. Yeah, so it pushed right against the VWAP, Zach. You were absolutely right. It pushed against the VWAP and failed. Right there, almost to the penny. And there it is, 754. Got up to 760, so just a little bit above it, and then it failed. So nice call. Not shortable for me. So. Well, listen, guys. I mean, I don't know what to say about this VTGN other than they did a financing at 93 cents. I am surprised that it's bouncing a little bit. I mean, I was surprised at this move in the pre-market up to 125. I thought, okay, that must be it. Probably come back down to the financing price at least, but it's strong. I don't know what to say. It's not a low float, 64 million in the float. Definitely not a low float. I mean, it's traded a lot, 32 times normal, but sometimes there's just no predicting. I mean, the financing 63 million shares, so in essence, they're doubling the float. Good. Hey, so we get so that's next week. So we get a day and a half off. You too, Bad Bob. Yeah, the problem with trying to short this, I mean, look, I mean, obviously, if you got in right at the top at 1662 and wrote it down to 1630, that's not bad. This is such a story stock right now, though. Well, GMPX, I mean, it's got room, as I said before, it's got room to about 450. All right, now, guys, CYTH hitting its head against that VWAP again. Well, it just broke through. So CYTH has broken through again. CY, did I say it right? CYTH, yes, CYTH is broken through the VWAP now. But again, low float. So it's going to be wild. And look at the volume that came in, though. So again, drawing your attention to the distance from the exit price, you want to see a massive number, negative, and look at that. So from where I exited this Curo, it's $2.78 below my exit price. That's what you want to see. That means your exit was pretty darn good. Exit price 1961. It's at 1683 now. Now it's all over the place, but and there goes BLCM. Yeah, it really went. I was almost going to take some, but on that break right there. But so looking left, daily chart 428. 428 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Another low float, 5 million in the float. Boy, some massive movers. So the trade of the week, wrapping up a beautiful week. What did it get up to? $29.90, almost $30. I mean, it's just fantastic. I mean, what was it? 24.40 was the trigger. 24.40, right? So nothing like a $5 plus move in 1 week for a trade of the week. Can't wait for next week's. There is going to be one next week. There is going to be one next week. I asked Steve. I wasn't sure on the shortened week if he would do it, but he's going to do it. Lots of pressure. I told him, you're only as good as your last trade of the week. Yeah, you can have 9 winners in a row, and then the 10th one is a loser, and that's when we get the emails. Yeah, it's announced Monday morning. Yeah, you'll get you if you sign up for it, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Yeah, forget about it, Iris. That new channel, forget about it. I don't know why it shouldn't be there. It should be in the development. Ultimately, we're hoping that you'll be able to use, say, the simulator and your account seamlessly if you have it connected to, say, IB or the other accounts. I don't know. It shouldn't be there right now, in my opinion. You're the first person to see it or mention it. So sign up for the trade of the week right here. Another halt. What got halted? Oh, another SPAC. When I say right here, I mean right here. Okay, Zara, I'll answer your question in just a second. Okay, so there's my homepage. Click on my homepage link, and right there, trade of the week. Now, some, for whatever reason, they sign up for it, they still don't get it. You know, you can check your spam folder, things like that. I have no explanation about why you're not getting it, but if you do, you can find it a couple of ways. If you want, you can subscribe to my little Twitter account. Stocks only. I'm not active very much. All I do really in my Twitter account is I post um, the pre-market movers and my market recap every day, and then the trade of the week. It's basically just three posts a week. Trade of the week Monday morning. So if you're for whatever reason not getting it, then just sign up for my Twitter account. Or come into the room Monday morning before the market opens and we'll be talking about it, okay? It's just in case you're not getting it. Okay, Michael? And anybody else? Okay, so Sarah, how much is it per month for the AI trading? Also, what is the win rate on it? I used to have an account with Trade It Is. Wow, that's an old Scott trade. As far as the win rate is concerned, it's hard to predict because everybody uses the trade ideas differently. I mean, I can give you, an AI performance link, but everybody uses it differently. We do not recommend auto trading it. It's that simple. If you want to maybe auto trade the entries and then manage the exits on your own, that's why it's difficult. But there is a performance versus a SPY. And as far as how much is it per month for AI trading, so you need our premium service. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, so if you do click on my homepage link, which I put in there, click on my homepage link, and I pop that into the, okay, you got it, Ivy, okay, so you're good to go there. And then if you click on my Get Trade Ideas from my homepage, and then you can click on monthly. So it's 228 less that 15% for the first month only, okay? So you get the promo, the discounts for the first month only. So afterwards it'll be 228 a month. Okay? Can you set it to a pullback? Well, we do have these. I don't. I haven't really tested this. Okay, so here you can actually now. It does require, I believe, some volume confirmation and all. But here is a crossing below or above these three moving averages. Okay, 20, 50, and 200. If you want something else, you're out of luck. Okay, so you can set the scanner for it to cross. Okay, and that would be an actual alert. Yeah, this is what happened today. So BMCH, the alert was at 50.39. There's your stop. It's up 3% right now. EVTC, it actually got stopped out, but then turned around. So these are not too many alerts today. DMTK, as I mentioned earlier, you should never have been stopped out of it. This is why I'm saying you should manage the exits on your own, because look what DMTK did. The alert was at 1701, so right here, and it got up to 1773. Now it was spready. There was a big spread, but well, in my opinion, nobody in their right mind would allow something that went up to 1771 to go all the way down to 1657 and allow yourself to get stopped out. You see, so that's why we're saying you should manage the exits on your own. You'll maximize the AI a lot more than if you let it run automatically in auto mode. I use it as a watch list more than anything. I don't get hung up about having to get in. This one, I did take this one. I didn't get in at 50.39. I got in at 51.08. Why? Because it was first, it was pretty spready, a little bit spready, and then it was kind of jumping around a bit. Where's the alert candle right there? I mean, look, if I had, well, the other reason I may have got in closer to this, but I have a reluctance with the AI to get into anything over 20. That's just a personal preference. But the way I saw the way it was trading, I thought, you know what, I'm going to take this one. This is going to be a bit of a test for me to get into something that's over $20, and that's just a personal preference. So, so even though in theory I was kind of late on it, it's 51.04. I'm out of it now, but it still looks interesting. I was looking more for a multi-day run, or sorry, a multi-dollar run. I mean, it intrigued me because it's an all-time high. So, all those things came together for me thinking, okay, if I'm going to take one that is over $20, this could be the one because there's no resistance. Well, let's see. Still a little surprised at this one. I mean, this one, and also, let's take a look at this VTGN. What's the high looking? 149. I mean, I can't imagine this moving with that much more, but I was certainly wrong about it. VTGN. Well, Emily, I don't know if you did this one, but that was a nice short for BLCM. Well, this is just flattening out now. FireEye, F-E-Y-E. All right, guys, I'm getting close to my break. I'm just waiting for. I said that I would. I was going to say I said that I would put the YouTube link in. So if you do want to head over to YouTube at noon, Andy will be there. Those of you who know Andy, one of our traders slash trainers, great guy. And there it is, guys. There's FEYE again. This is just so strong. Story stock for sure. Boy, what a bounce for this MYOV. This was showing up on my momentum down. It hit here. All right, we have another halt. Why not? KPTI on the way down. Didn't somebody post some news about that? I know it says FDA approval of Zypovia as a treatment for, I don't know if these, it just gets cut off. Multiple myeloma after at least one prior therapy. So this is an FDA approval, but again, one of those ones where you think, okay, FDA approval, but now it's starting to go negative, kind of like the Macrogenics yesterday, MGNX yesterday. All right, so I forget that CYTH is all over the place. You know, very indicative of a 1 million in the float. All right, I'm not quite on my break yet, but I do want to put the announcement in. Yikes! Look at Foot Locker, FL Foot Locker, just straight down. Little pause there, but straight down. So where will it bounce? Maybe. I mean, there's no support until on that daily chart for another couple of dollars. I mean, it could bounce before that, of course, but super weak. All right, so Sear just showed up. It just showed up now because I had to take out yesterday's high, and it took its own sweet time doing it. CERE, and this is, I guess this is an IPO. I don't know if it's a symbol name change, but it looks like this is an IPO. Ah, this is one of those business associations. So, excuse me. So it's looking. I guess it's looking for a company.
Hello, traders. Testing 1 2. This is Andy. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you can hear me and see my screen. Let me know when you can. You guys are always good about jumping in there. Testing 1 2 3. Hi Iris, how are you? Hi Kevin, good. Hi Aja, how are you, buddy? All right. Yes, this is Andy, my man. uh, and this is a support session for those of you who may be in here for the first time. What we do is we steal the uh, live stream from Barry for about 1 hour, and this is where we do our support webinar. Great. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but glad to have you. I'm glad you can see me. And once again, guys, this is the support webinar, and we take over to answer any questions you might have about the software. We like to kind of keep it focused on the software, but obviously, if we don't have any questions coming through, anybody need for me to present how to things, we can talk about the market, talk about stocks and things like that. Speaking of which, let's take a look and see what the market is doing here. And I think the key point today is probably if you're bullish, you kind of want it to maybe close above this 10-period moving average, but relative volume is kind of high, but don't read too much into that. It is what we call quadruple witching Friday. It only happens 4 times a year, and it can make for a nightmare when it comes to trading individual stocks. I do remember that. I use the term remember because I really don't day trade anymore. I'm more of a swing trader. Hey, Mike C., how are you? Hope everybody's getting ready for the holidays. No, I'm looking forward to it. Even though I think we only got. See, the problem we have here is we are anytime the market's open, we're open. So Christmas, if I don't take personal days, we basically Get Christmas Day off, and that's it. Although I'm assuming Christmas Eve will only be a half a day this year, but I don't know that for a fact. If anybody knows, let me know. I would think that since it's in. Hi Noah, how are you? Does AI close all trades even on the shortened trading day? Yes, it does. Yes, it should. That's a great question. Uh, I'm almost certain it does, but I'm going to try to get verification on that. Yeah, it will. Okay. Steve's over here hitting me up, talking to me about the spiders. Yeah, the swing. Great question, Mike C. Asked what TI swing trading scanner have you been following the most lately? And uh, that's a very good question. I mean, I will say that majority of my trades obviously are found on the TI my TI scans. Sometimes I just you get certain stocks that you kind of like and keep an eye on and set a price alert. I do that a lot, and so I guess I'm not really finding it on a scan, but I am finding it via the price alert that I might set. Uh, Lately, I haven't seen as much on my revenue. This revenue growth fishing was really powerful for a while, but it seems like it does best when the market. This one right here. Let me pull up my pen here just in case I need to use it. Uh, it seems like it does the best for some reason when the market has pulled back, and the reason I think that happens is because just think about it logically. If the market is pulling back and these are populating with symbols, let's take a look at the configuration. This is an easy way to kind of find relative strength, guys, when you're looking for, especially in a market that's maybe pulling back over a period of 3 to 10 days or something like that. uh, if you set like maybe a position in 10-day, now I only have 70 here. There's many that I use where it's just going to be a minimum of 90, which means it needs to be near a 10-day high. So obviously, if the market is selling off and you have stocks that are near their 10-day high, that's what we call relative strength. So this is one getting back to why I like it when the market's pulling back, because it shows me stocks that have a good quarterly revenue growth. All right. And they're exhibiting strong relative strength when a market's pulling. I always love relative strength, and it just adds to it when I know that these stocks are experiencing strong relative growth. And I'll be darned, there's Yuki. Steve, I think, got in this the other day. I'm at me. I didn't jump in with him, but now that I see this thing is on my list here, this is one I may keep an eye on. Uh, it's a good example of a stock. Okay, it's had to have pulled back in a 3 month time frame, but it has to be in the upper 20 or 30% of its 10-day high. So I could make this, if you wanted to take this and put 90 as a minimum versus 70, I wouldn't blame you, because it maybe keep you out of getting into a trade too early. I just like it to show up so I can at least stock it, and then that way I can always put price alerts. So this one right here takes out maybe this 3-day high right here or 2-day high. I want to be notified, so I'll just put a little price alert there. I thought I had one, but I guess I didn't. Uh, so that one, Mike C, is one of my favorite. And another one, pull back above 50 SMA. This one I haven't been using a lot lately. Once again, like there's a good one right there in Trip. This is one that if I were looking at, I'd say, hey, this may have potential. Markets at lows today. This is near highs. It's had a couple of weeks of selling off. Maybe this is ready for a reversal. So this is a good one. I know I've gotten at least a couple trades out of this one over the last couple of weeks, so I definitely use this. Uh, And momentum scans, but I haven't really been taking. I can kick myself. Steve's in this one right here, and I just did not get in it the other day, and I saw it too late. I thought it was too late, and I didn't want to chase it today. But I rarely trade stocks under $5, so but would have been a nice trade for sure. But yeah, I would say probably that one. A few off Dawn of the Dead. I mentioned that. I mentioned that. I think last during my last. Definitely caught a couple off this one. I don't have it up today. I'm really uh, because of political reason. I usually don't let political reasons keep me away from trading stocks, but I'm real light right now. I'm probably only about 10% of my portfolio is in equities. I just like Steve was saying, it's been a good year. October was really good, and or yeah, November. I should take that back. And so yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of risk right now in the political arena, where I just kind of want to stay back. It's one of those mornings you wake up and all of a sudden things could be limit down. Can you share the scanner? Iris, are you talking about Dawn of the Dead? I'll go ahead and share Dawn of the Dead. I think that's the one you're referring to, but the other two are in. Okay, yeah, sure can. There you go. A GoPro, nice little move there. Good example of, look here, Dawn of the Dead was in here and would have been tipping you off kind of early had you been looking at this. It's probably tipping you off. I have to go back and look, but good chance it was tipping you off around the 825 level as well. But I did a webinar the other day. There's been some really good ones in pharmaceuticals. I kind of stay away from those, but there's been some really good ones. Nice looking move today in this AR. So even though if you're looking at like a year chart, you're thinking, wow, what a strong chart, but look over here in the position and lifetime range. It's still in the lower 10% of its lifetime moves. So if something like this, if you catch these, uh, you could buckle in for a really nice move, at least on a portion of your position. I did, Iris. You should see my name, Andy, right above you there, where it says Dawn of the Dead. You can't see that little link in there, that cloud link. Do you other guys see that cloud link that I dropped in there? Huh? Not able to see it either. That's strange. Mike says no as well. Wow. Let me tell Michael and see if there's something he could do. Yeah, I'm gonna let the guys know in our little trader chat that we have in Slack here, and somebody may know what to do. It looks like I'm definitely a moderator because I'm in blue and I got my little wrench. Uh, got to be important if you got a wrench by your name, don't you? Hi, Dre. How are you? Well, guys, I got it dropped over there. Chris says he was having the same problem as well the other day. So I'm gonna drop it. If I don't get it fixed before we get off here, I'm gonna drop an email to send it, and I can give it to you guys. Uh, Trade-ideas.com. Hi, Cyberk. How are you? So just send an email if I don't get this fixed. I don't know why the it's not showing. It shows on my chat, but I don't know if there's a setting I can do. Let me see if I can go into settings here. No, I'm not seeing anything. That's weird. I've never had a problem issue with that. And Michael stepped away about 10 minutes ago, so to take his dog out before the snowstorm hit. He'll be the one that would be able to troubleshoot it. I'll go ahead and add it to our. Uh, we have a little Slack channel here that's for links, support links, and just in case some of you guys want to send in an email now, and I will go ahead and drop that in there. Hold on just a minute. So they'll be able to give it to you should you come to our email. All right, guys. Any more do we have any questions today? You guys so far have let me off easy as far as the questions go. Give me a little drink of water here. FireEye. What a nice move today in FireEye. Wow. Must have got a contract when they get a government contract or something. Yeah, I can tell it's the holidays are here because you guys have been kind of quiet. Support has been kind of quiet, although we've been busy. We've been steady, that's for sure. This may be one to keep an eye out right here. This LRN. This is the kind of stuff I like to see. When I am looking for these, I'd like to see at least about a month long, base. And you can see here it had a gap down, and pretty much has been kind of just waffling back and forth, over the last month. So it's something I would keep an eye on. Uh, a lot of times you have a tendency to be early, and I'm let's take for example right here on this day right here. You may have seen it coming through here on this day, but for me, I'm just like I like these things to kind of base for a while, make sure they shake out all the weekends, and I mean right there I can see where you can get suckered in, only to be go back lower. So, uh, but usually about the I'd say the sweet spot for me is about 6 weeks. But after about a month, I usually will definitely get my eye. That's one I'll definitely keep an eye on. And the best way to keep an eye on is just to go ahead and set a price alert. Yeah, gold stock too gappy for me. I don't like trading gold that much at all. But that LRN probably has the best looking pattern in my book. This is not bad. It's been about a month. But no, I take that back. It's a gold stock though. I just talked about it, but I usually don't like those. Yeah, this is one I'd want more time probably. All right, this market is trying to get a little bounce off. Trying to hold that 10 period. Looks like so far so good. Lot of time left in the day though, but definitely look like it's reclaimed its 10 period moving average here on the intraday as well. So looking better if you're bullish, that's for sure. Holly's kind of split down the middle, although definitely some decent trades. It's all about cutting your losses and hanging on to your profits, but definitely nothing to write home about like it was yesterday. Was just a banner day. That's a great one right there. And look what do you have here? Position and lifetime range. Look at all those green cylinders full right there. Okay, and look at the call right here at this level. Boom, beautiful. Enough volume, not huge, but at least twice times normal volume, and beautiful call there. That's the one you just, even if Holly doesn't call it, you're pulling it up. You got to buy. This one was very unfortunate. This is why I don't like to take them too early in the morning. I'm not somebody who likes to jump in the first 15 minutes because look, if you would have jumped in this one, you would have gotten stopped out. And but if you'd been patient and just waited, look at that. Could have done very well with it because the daily chart was there. Look at that. Beautiful daily chart. It just had to just get that one little head fake and shake in the first 30 minutes of the day, and then boom. That's this is why this is not my playground. That first 15-minute bar, it just gets me back when I was a day trader. It would get me in trouble. SolarWinds. We know that's ugly over the last 4 days. Not good when you get hacked. Maybe that's why Fire. Look at that. You got FireEye having a banner day, and SolarWinds getting destroyed over the last 5 days. Been a good pairs trade going into this day right here. Let's see if pull my little pen down here. Anybody's got no one's gotten back to me yet. All right, still no questions. You guys are making it easy on me today. Here's a great example of what we call our red resistance line that our technology automatically shows you if you're using a new high alert. Okay, if you didn't have this red line and you were only showing a few months worth of data on your daily chart, you might not have known there was resistance ahead. And look what happened. Boom, ran right into it and backed off. And we go back on our daily chart and you can see it's going back basically about 4 months and showing you, hey, there's a lot of resistance there. That's textbook. You know, if you're in the stock, it can kind of give you a good idea where you want to start banging out profits. But once again, it automatically will draw this for you as long as you're using a new high alert. If you don't see a red line, more than likely it is on its all-time high. There you go. There's a very good chance. Just see if you're in this stock right here, okay, and you see it's basically in a breaking out of a multi-month high right there. And this is why I say stocks tend to stay in motion until acted on upon a opposing force. I think that was Einstein. Was that what was that theory? I'm trying to think. Anyway, look, the relative volume there is almost 5, and look at this momentum. So you may ask, where might it be going? And if you look right here, I think there's a real good chance it makes it here. Maybe not today, but the next couple of days anyway. Yeah, Barry says he can see the post. Yeah, for some reason, the moderators are able to see. Oh, Steve, thank you. You know what's happening? I see some questions now. My scroll bar, it wasn't. It usually automatically will go down. Not sure what's going on. All right, great. All right. Yes, I'm fully signed into YouTube. Yeah, I should. Yes, I am, Mike. I'm not sure what's happening. Shut up, Steve. Steve, I did not have that. I would have noticed this arrow. It was not there. Okay, it says, Andy, you are. I'm trying to create a top list for a bull flag ABC pattern. Yeah, let me show you what I got, but unfortunately you're gonna have to send an email because it's not coming my links are not showing up in the chat unless Steve wants to fix that too. So you're gonna have to send an email to info@trade-ideas.com, and I will get you. I built a bull flag. Oh, Steve have it? Good. Okay, that's right. I did give it to him. So thank you, Steve. the 80/20 crossover for entry exits. What time frames are good? 2 minute, 5 minute, 15 day. Yeah, it's not something that I use, KR, so that's going to be subjective. I think what I would do if I were you, just kind of maybe play around with them, and see which are giving you the best alerts, the best looking alerts. But once again, anytime it comes to some sort of indicator, those are pretty much all subjective. It's going to, be what works for you probably won't, work for the next guy, and vice versa. So I would just play around with them. I'm not a big user of crossovers, but I can understand why people do use them. They make sense to me. It's just I try to keep it as simple as possible. Yeah, if you can hold positions anywhere from 5 minutes to 1 week, uh, especially, yeah, I would probably use something more like on a daily pattern. Looking for that, the eight. I don't even know if we have it though, do we? On the daily, we need to get those. That's what I'd like to see. But if you can't hold something for that long and you're willing to, I would use the highest time frame I could. So uh, let's just pull up a alert window real quick and go into wait search and do 8 SMA crossing. So it looks like, yeah, we have 30 minutes. It looks like would be the biggest interval there. So if you're willing to hold trades for a long time, I would probably use the highest time frame that we offer. Uh, and that would be a 30 minute looks like. I would like to get some dailies. I would love to see like 10 crossing the 20, 10 crossing the 50. Maybe I'll suggest that to the dev department. Okay, I can. Let's see. Yeah, Cyberg, we are working. I mentioned that to Michael. We'd like to get more of those on basic uh, filters versus alerts. Right now, they're only available on alerts because it's really an event. So I think we do have some. Uh, I thought. Hold on, let me pull that back up. Let's see. I think it's. Let me just type in SMA and see what we got. So we do have like filters like this: 8 versus the 20 period SMA, 8 versus. So you can put in a percentage where it would have to be above or below by using positive and negative numbers. So we do have some time frames where they are available as a filter. So you may take a look at that, work with that. But I know what you mean. We need more of them, but we do have a few that we offer where you can use as a filter. Golden Cross. Tell me, what is that again? You're not going to be able to, because it just like I was stating there, we don't have those crosses over. Are you talking about it on a daytime frame gain? Because I don't think you're looking for a Golden Cross alert, but I'm not sure what time frame you're looking at there. And remind me what averages that is. Is that the 15 to 200 or I. Yeah, 50 over the 200. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get that. That's exactly what I was just mentioning. I would love to have some crossings. As a matter of fact, I'm going to recommend that to the dev department. I think I would love to see some moving average crossovers on the daily time frame. As long as we are pulling the data, I don't know why it would be an issue. Okay, but I just got to make sure it's not something. I'm not a coder. Can't do any of these formulas, so I'm not sure if it's if we have all that data to do that, because we are talking about a crossing over, not just you know not just static values. But Steve, if you can hear me, you may try dropping a cloud link in there. Maybe that one that you sent to the bull flag one. Uh, I just want to see if it's because Chris said he was having some issue dropping links as well. People couldn't see them, so let me see if, since you're a moderator, see if you can drop one and see if it works. Then I'll at least know it's something I need to do to my Google page or something. Is it okay to use position and range with indicators like directional indicators? Sure. I love position and range. I use more. Probably that is my most commonly used filter. Uh, Not a certain one. I use them all, but yeah, you can just remember. I mean, any filter that you use, what an alert is going to have to satisfy that filter to appear in your window. So absolutely, you can use position and range cyber with directional indicators. Well, Roxanne, if it's not, it's easier said than done. These crossovers. I don't think we have a 13. We're not pulling the data on a 13 SMA. Just check to make sure, because sometimes they add things and I miss it. No, we have this custom formula there, but that's not what you're looking for. So, and we do have the five. So we do have the 5 and the 8 crossing, but we're not going to be able to do anything for the 13. And once again, a lot of people think we just write a custom. Now we're working with something that's going to give us a lot more flexibility with what we do. Uh, there's no ETA on this. I know we're working with it, but hopefully the first part of next year we'll be able to launch it. Uh, but if we're not pulling the data in that time frame, we just can't go out and do a quick fix to make it happen. It's just the way scaffolding is structured at the beginning, and it's not easy from what I'm told. So so we do have the 5, do have the 8, but unfortunately, yeah, the 13's not gonna be good. No, no, but I also hear EMAs are coming as well. Okay, uh, we have so much stuff, guys. Anybody who's been around with us for any length of time, you know that we are constantly improving. We have versions that come out, a couple of times a month in most cases, new versions of the new stuff that we've added. So, and we got a lot of stuff, you know, in the pike as well. So, trust me, they have their wish list over there from people, but it all has to be prioritized. And unfortunately, we they just they're all so busy. We can't just get things on demand. Good, she says. 5 and 8 are good. Market continuing to bounce. Let's take a look at VIX, see if there's any kind of fear in the market. It's actually pulling back as well. Clean coming back to life, Steve says. Yeah, nice little chart there for clean energy. Trying to get above the all important $5 level. Man, I was really hoping NEO would come down here to this 50 period. Trading right now about where I got out of my last chunk. But I'm just going to wait. I'm going to be patient. Barry got me in this one the other day. This is one of the trades I'm in. I'm only in about 3 right now, but this is sloppy looking Chinese blockchain stock. Anybody probably in the room knows about it, but so yeah, kind of buying this in sympathy with this Mara Riot. Riot hasn't Riot. It's coming back today, bouncing off the 10 period. And Brian Shannon showing me F-Tech. Yeah, interesting. Here's your trade of the week, Steve. Christopher talking about Wish holding the 24. Well, not bad. Investment advice. I'm not one to trade too many IPOs. I like to let them build for a while. But yeah, it's not bad right there. Back on close to highs there. Well, it is on highs. Yeah, definitely had a little momentum there. Up 10% today. He would call me out on that. Yeah, he would. Ooh, F-Cell had a nice looking chart. Steve too. Steve looking very similar to clean. And looky here, it's on the dawn of the dead. Looks like it's had a huge move, but it's still in the lower 1% of its. AI, is that AI was good IPO? Yeah. Was this a SPAC or I don't know what's going on there. All right, guys, I got about another 15 minutes. Uh, yeah, don't worry about it. If not, Iris, I will as soon as I get off here, I'll send it to you. So, Gain says I traded AI today for a pullback. EFTC triggered. When you say triggered, you actually got in that trade, but BMCH you weren't able to get in on the pullback long. Okay, I'd probably have to look at a. There's a chance I could. This is just in that 15 minute. I'm not sure what your limit offset was set at, but a lot of times on these wicks down, let me just go into a 5 minute chart here and see if I can see on the 5 minute. Nah, I'm gonna have to go to a 1 minute. Which means I'm gonna have to do a whole lot of scrolling back here. Jeez, low volume. I guess. And why is my line not in here anymore? Oh, there it is. It jumped up. Yeah, you know what? There's a chance if you weren't using the range in this 1 minute time frame was a high of 50.56 and low was 50.39. So there's a real good chance with this kind of volume that if you weren't using maybe like a 7 or 8 cent that you might not have gotten it. I mean, I hate to say that, but sometimes I mean the bid offer could be I don't know, and something like this could, you could easily have a 7 or 8 cent spread. So if somebody hit the bid and you had your limit offset at 5 cents or lower, there's a chance you would not have gotten that trade just because of your limit offset. Yeah, it was set to 3 cents. That's what happened. I mean, as soon as the alert went off, it would have went out at that price, and yep, that's exactly what happened. You just weren't able to get it, which is a shame. But probably if you're using five or above, you probably would have gotten it. But I can see why you wouldn't wouldn't want to do that, because yeah, it's tough when you're possibly giving up 5 cents on every trade. It's stinks. All right. Yeah, it is good to know. And that's what you can do. You can pull up these 1 minute charts a lot of times and see by looking at the range and see what happened there. But that looks like that's what happened. You're welcome. And don't be afraid for the lack of a few cents. Sometimes that if you see it, and you may not have been watching, but if you're watching and you see it doesn't trigger to go ahead and trade it manually, even if you have to pay up 10 cents, because I mean, gosh, this was a almost a $2 move there. So it was a $2 move. But so yeah, don't be afraid sometimes to just go ahead and trade it manually. Yeah, I was sleeping. Yeah, that'll. Yeah, that can cause that. Volume's really dying out now in the market, so there's a chance we may just slop around and kind of close right around this level. What ratio is a good average win versus loss ratio in the back tester? Uh, do you think 88? Yeah, that's real good. And because you have basically a 2 to 1, loss ratio. If you have a win loss ratio that's at least 2 to 1, obviously your winning percentage doesn't have to be that high. I mean, with a 2 to 1, you could have a 35% winning percentage and still make money. So uh, that's good. I don't know. Are you talking about a swing trading or is it a day trading back tester? I would think it's probably a day trading one. Yeah. Yeah, that's real good. Now, just keep in the back of your mind, okay, when it comes to the back tester, that our back tester was not designed for uh, micro scalping. Okay, so the numbers can be all messed up in there. If you're trying to use, in other words, if you're trying to trade momentum stocks and you have like 10-cent losses in there, or really tight targets and losses, because what happens anytime, and it's just the way it's built. There's nothing we can really do about it because it just, like I said, it wasn't designed for high frequency trading. And anytime the current 1 minute candle falls, in other words, anytime your stop or your target falls in the 1 minute time frame, they're going to execute automatically in the back tester. Okay, so it's going to throw your numbers off dramatically. So just keep that in the back of your mind. It was, for day trading, it's fine if you're using, you know, if you're using, some decent. Well, it depends, I guess, on the price of the stock, but just make sure you're not using stops and targets that could possibly fall into that 1 minute time frame. And if you're trading really volatile stocks, sometimes that can happen. No, 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 not 1% or 2%. I'm talking about people that will do it for pennies. We have people that try to build these strategies where they're going to take a 5 cent loss and going for a 10-cent gain. It's not going to work. They're basically trying to just create an algorithm that's going to basically high freak the market, and once again, it's just not done. And plus, I wouldn't advise it anyway, guys. You're never going to beat the pros at that game. I mean, and if you can, you might want to go work for Citadel, or Goldman Sachs, or somebody who would probably hire you. But those algo bots that have their you know co-locators right next to the exchanges that actually sees data before you do, you're not gonna beat them. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I always want to throw that out because there's a lot of people. I trust me, they come to me all the time and they can't figure out why was this a losing trade when it should have been and that's the problem. The stop executed automatically because you were only using a nickel stop. Uh, All right, got about 3 or 4 more minutes here. Backseat politician says, since RR was brought up, can you give an example of how to look for certain risk reward? I'm relatively new to day trading and I am struggling to figure out who to measure it, or how to measure it, maybe. Um, well, it's just, you know, it, it's subjective, first of all, and it depends on the time frame that you're using. But really, a simple formula could just be 2 to 1. If you're a day trading, I like to shoot for at least a 2 to 1 ratio. So let's say if I am, I'm going to give myself 50 cents, but I'm looking to make $1. And when I'm right, of course, you may be playing a different stock, and you're going to put your loss at 25 cents. You're going to try to make 50 cents on the upside. Uh, I swing trade, and I usually kind of shoot for like a 3 to 1 and hope for better. But see, here's the thing. A lot of people think it's winning percentage when the risk reward is so much more important. Uh, it's hard to have a strategy that's going to produce a 65-70% winning percentage. Uh, of course, if you could do that, you could the losses could be the same as the profits, but you're going to make money. But it's very hard to do. And usually, if you do get those kind of results, it's probably an anomaly. Just has a lot to do with the market and anomalies that happened during that time frame you were back testing. So that's why I say it's much more important, to shoot for at least a 2-to-1 win versus losses, and that way you don't have to be too concerned about how high does my winning percentage have to be, because you can have a 40% winning percentage and still have a really, really great strategy. And the same thing could be applied just to your even if you're not building strategies and you're just trading. I think too many people focus on the winning percentage when in reality, Holly does a great example of this all the time, where you'll look at the end of the day and there'll be about the even number of wins and losses, but she's cutting her losses, with stops, and she's letting these winners run. And you can learn a lot by watching Holly each day. Now she does have conservative profit, which is a little bit different, but our research and our back office shows that this moderate profit is much, much higher than the conservative profit. In other words, holding trades throughout the day is much better than taking these quick profits. And the same thing can be said about the traders, the very, very successful traders that I know in my career. They're not looking for these 20-minute moves. Okay, they're looking to get in these trades and stay pretty much all day, and even add to their winners as it's going up. And I think a lot of people would really benefit their trading if they learn to get out of that micro scalping time frame and work on holding these positions over a period of time. All right, guys, I am going to kick it back to Barry here. Let me see if I can get a hold of him and tell him to start streaming. So when he does, I'll be cut off pretty quick. So I am going to go ahead and say right now, you guys have a great weekend. Take some time off here in the next couple of weeks. You deserve it. All right, market will always be here. So I know what it's like. When I was day trading, I'd always cringe when the market was closed, but trust me, enjoy it, get away from it. Real quick there, yes, I will. Yes, you basically can bracket orders when you're back. That's what the back tester is all about. You can put a target in and you can put a stop. Now I don't use targets on my back test. Most of the time I'm just using a time hold. I find that works better. Once again, you're letting your winners run for you, but there's nothing wrong with that. Steve uses a lot of targets when he does his, so once again that's subjective, so you can use whatever. All right, guys, I'm going to notify Barry for him to start streaming. Start streaming. And when he does, I'll click her off here. Stop mine. You guys, once again, have a great weekend. Hold on, he's still typing to me. I don't want to stop streaming now. All right, see you later, guys.
I'm just waiting to see if anybody can hear me in YouTube. Getting tired of this. This switchover is not. Can you backseat? Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. You can hear me. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, great. Well, guys, in the other room, we're all over ATXI. What a move! I actually took it in the simulator and virtually the same price in my real account. I did trade some out. 687 in my real account. I closed it out in the simulator, just demonstrating how to do all that. And what a great, if you were in the room yesterday, you know that we were watching this one like a hawk. See if it would break 550. which it did towards the end of the day, and then it dipped down, and now look at it. But more importantly, look left and look at the room it's got. Man. So guys, I'm going to do my video now. Fun one to do a video on. So let me, so I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll be back. Let me put the announcement in first. Oops. Meanwhile, SWI is still getting hammered here. The poster child for what not to do. You know, I was falling asleep, and then all of a sudden AFCI comes along. So, okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. So traded out of it all now, the ATXI, but I have an alert set here for 7, just in case it takes out 7. Oops. And there's your clean energy. It was a Torps or Turco. Yeah, there's your clean energy. I should have clicked on the price alert. All right, so I mean, here's your key area. I mean, right there. I mean, if it can take this out, let's back this out a little bit on the monthly chart just to see what else we've got. Yeah, there's the KOPN. So if you look left, 620. So I mean, this has room on the monthly chart. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 620. Let's take a look on the weekly chart, see if there's anything closer. Doesn't look like it. I'm going back to 2017. Where am I? Right there. That's 2015. So I mean, this has got room. This has got room. I mean, I don't, we got 5 years ago before we start seeing some areas of resistance. Actually, I'm wrong. I mean, well, there it is. There, I mean, there's 2015. Those are the next highs. So this has some room. Now you'd be chasing it right now, but this definitely has room. Meanwhile, back at the FEYE Bank, man, I mean, what? Look at this 15-minute chart. Look at this 15-minute chart. Print it, guys. This is what you want to see. This is what you call trend. It had the most minor of red bar right there, a little 2-bar pullback on the 15s right there, and then another pop. So, when we talk about, good trends, print this out on the 15. As opposed to a lot of stocks, you'll see move up, and then they move down, and then they're up. And so it's difficult to stay in a trade, when all that is happening. Because you never know that move down, is it the big move down? So here, no. A 5-year business performance, no. Meanwhile, I mean, just getting clobbered again, SWI. I mean, can this go to 0? Rhetorically. Yeah, so when you say the 5-year business, I thought you were talking about like analyzing the business performance. You can go back 5 years on a chart, but we can't go back. I mean, I'm not sure what you meant then by the business performance. These are 32 4K monitors. I have 3 of them. Oh, I see. Okay, well then we can. If you can go back 5 years on a chart then, okay? I thought you were literally talking about how their business was 5 years ago in terms of the actual financials. Okay. So you can zoom. Now, the last time I tried to find that magnifying glass, I couldn't seem to find it. Where the heck is it? Why can't I see? There's supposed to be a magnifying glass up in this upper right hand corner, so you can zoom in. I don't know why I can't see it anymore. I think you guys have it looks like a magnifying glass. Give me a second here. Why can I not see it? Ah! Okay, I had to go to presentation only, I guess. Well, there it is. There's the magnifying glass right there. I see. So when you can zoom in. Okay. Different areas. Okay. Marty, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know why your Brokerage Plus is displaying the opening price in place is the last price. I don't know. Are you talking about, is this your live account or the simulator? You better send then, if you can, send your, go to help and send files to support so they can check. Okay. So send files to support. I mean, it's impossible for me to answer that question. You know, they'll take a look at the logs. So if you go to the toolbar, click on help and send files to support. Well, I mean, you can use average true range, I suppose. You know, the average true range. So for instance, so here's the average true range for VUZI, okay? Average true range, so the normal swing, we'll call it, is 46 cents. Today, it's 380% of that, as an example. So you could use this filter. Let me just find it for you. Type in open. I think that'll bring me to it. Okay, so you see where it says change from the open, percent of average true range? So you could use that and you could put, 200, 300% as an example. And then, but have an average true range of, some decent number, because you don't want to have something that has an average true range of like 2 cents. And now it's, 6 cents, which is 300%. So I would use it in conjunction with the actual average true range, like this, and then the percent. And then you're going to show stocks that are having wide ranges for it. Make sense? Okay, well then, but you might want, just because something has a high ATR doesn't mean it's at, I guess what I'm trying to say is, let's just say something has an ATR of 2. But that's just normal, so maybe it's not going to be trading that abnormally. But what if that stock that has an ATR of 2, today it's 6? In other words, 300% of that. So it's zeroing in on those abnormal situations. But it's up to you. I mean, if you just want to put like a high ATR and that's it without the percent, that's fine. And that would be average true range right here. So these are the two, but so you can put the absolute there. And if you don't want to use that, that's fine. But well, it's yeah. I mean, it's not going to tell you necessarily, but it's going to show you stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of their average true range. Is it going to show that it's going up and down, up and down? No. Is it normal to have a 1 to 2 second lockup in trade ideas every time the software refreshes the data? No. So, yeah, so no. When you look up here, it's hard to see, but can you see? I'll expand it a bit so you can see it. So what is that number for you, Donnie? What is that number? In the toolbar? Okay, so that's probably too low or too high. We say, I mean, it can fluctuate. I mean, but we say that anything under 100 is good, is okay. Every now and then you may get a spike up, so it's possible. Yeah, so no programmer at Trade Ideas is going to be able to do that for you, Black Dog. Yeah, so it might be something on now. How many top list windows do you have up and running? Oh, yeah, so that's probably the reason. Okay, get rid of some. Also, because what happens is, and also indulge me. Right click on one of your top list windows. Click on time frame, and click on the set record count. What do you have as a record count? That's possible too. I'll ask that question. Thanks for bringing that one up. But what is your record count? Maybe I did that too quickly. So right click, time frame, record count. So I mean you'll see the number there. 100. Okay. I mean, 100's not excessive, but how many top list windows do you have? The reason being is that every top list window, as you know, gets updated every 30 seconds. So it's got to run through all the stocks. So if you have, 10 top list windows up, yeah, your system could start to lag. I would even reduce that to 50. That typically is probably, if you're seeing the fluctuation, it's probably when the top list windows are, refreshing. I never have that issue. Okay, well, it's only one top list window. Okay. Now, as Rob said, are your alert windows popping up, or are they visible the entire time? In other words, okay, so they're visible the entire time. Well, I don't know then. If you only have one top list window, the only other thing I can think of is in your multi-strategy window, if you've got so many alerts firing at the same time, 6 charts is nothing. If you have so many alerts firing at the same time, that could be an issue too. You might want to tighten up your filters. For instance, in my basic new highs and lows, what if I had no filters in here and all I cared about were basic new highs and lows? Every time a stock made it, well, I'd have this would be running nonstop, as an example. Yeah, Marty, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube in the other room. It's possible, but also, I mean, well, you should know how often are you getting an alert, and especially different symbols. How often are you getting an alert? Like, is it every second, every second, every second? I mean, that's just too many. I mean, if you're getting that many alerts, then you can't get anything done. Right. So you can do a couple things. I mean, obviously you can tighten up the filters in terms of maybe a more of a minimum like up the volume. Um, that can help. Maybe zero in on a price range that you like. Things like that. Well, everybody's different, Marty. And that's the other thing too. I mean, that it could be your internet connection. I mean, that's probably that could definitely be it. Depends how many other things you've got running. Well, 50 is fine. Anything under 100 is fine. But if you are seeing wild fluctuations, then it's either your connection or too many alerts firing at the same time. Oh man, that's what I'm saying again. Print this chart. Print this chart. FEYE. When you hear me or anybody else talking about trending stocks, that is the poster boy or poster child. Well, the entry for this one could have been, almost on the break of the pre-market high, okay? But understanding why it's moving is also, Andres, is possible, another reason, because it's all to do with this SWI, potential Russian hacking, whatever you want to call it. So and you have to look at the news. There were very on the 15-minute chart, not too many entries, other than right off the bat on a break of the pre-market high. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart, see if there was. So right there, little red bar ignored. So that would have been could have been an entry right here. Red bar ignored. Have a trend. Red bar engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle's green, keeps moving. Little, even right there, little base. I mean, little right there for sure. I mean, little base right there. But I think this is just news. This is just a newsworthy stock, which I did not know. I mean, I did not know. I didn't think of that, at the beginning of the day. Well, I saw it right off the. Actually, I saw it. Believe it or not, at 1513. Okay, this was something that I was actually looking to short. Okay, this is my bouncers toppers list. So these are stocks in theory. Anything in orange, in theory, means that maybe they've started to top out. Not 100%. Anything in blue, maybe they've bottomed out. So I saw FireEye this morning from here. It was also, in the basic new highs, it was at 1529 at 947. So pretty early, just in the basic new highs. So we're talking about right there. But I wish I'd known. I should, in the back of my mind, I'm saying, okay, this is a security stock, securities news right now. But I was also thinking this area could stall it, or just over 16, not even close. Mr. Real, yeah. Nice to see you in the room for a brief moment of time. Carl Sagan. Look at Steelcase, even Steelcase. You guys know what Steelcase are? I mean, big office furniture manufacturer. Boy, if this gets going, next week, if this gets going, the high this month was around 14. What was it? 1406. The high over here is 14. The high here is 1362. You can see that if Steelcase somehow takes out 14, look left, look at the room it's got. We're talking about something that could, in theory, before it gets a lot of resistance, right there on the weekly chart, maybe around 19. But Steelcase is an interesting one, guys, and that's SCS. So what I'm going to do is stick an alert right up in that area. It's not going to happen today, more than likely. Actually, it had earnings too. We didn't realize that. So it had earnings after hours. They're December 17th post-market, so it had earnings after hours. Reaction not good. That's that mauve area, not good. Pre-market was holding. I didn't really see this one, but now it's recovered and gone positive. All right, well, KOPN, so there was the alert at $1.97, 209 now, but more importantly, it took out this area. Can it keep going? It's not a low float, 69 million in the float. Wow, just so you can see alpha stock. Market down, up, even this, down, keeps moving higher, alpha stock. Yeah, I can share. You won't see these two here, but you'll see this, the base and everything else, okay? You can easily construct these though. I'll show you how, but Okay, and if you want these two, then again, go to, force you to do a little bit of work. But you go to my home page. Okay, so when you go to my home page, click on the link, be brought to this page here, or you brought to this page here, and right here, all my scans. Click here, and basic new highs and lows, no repeat. Okay, it's actually, so it's both of these in one window. Remember though, that was a layout. So that I posted, that link I posted to CK, that's a layout. So make sure you saved your layout to the cloud first. Hopefully I haven't. Yeah, all you do is this. You just right click, configure, and one of the filters that we have is a time filter. Okay, time of day filter. So I set it for 180. So 180 minutes after the open. Okay. So CK, I put the link right above, right underneath your first post. Your post when you said, "Can you provide the link?" Can you not see the link? Let me just. Can you not see the link? I think we were having problems. I think Andy was having problems. He couldn't see your posts, and he was putting links in YouTube, and you guys couldn't see them. So are you not seeing? You cannot see the links that I'm putting in there. Can you see my screen? I mean, this. Okay, so you can see my screen. So you don't see that link right underneath. So you don't see these posts, I'm assuming. Okay. Then there's an issue there. I can't really help you unless you come into the trading room, the other trading room. I can give you a link. I don't know what's going on. Something's just amiss. But you could come into the room, and that's where I can give you the links. Otherwise, oh shoot! But I can't even give you the. I can't post the link in there because you're not going to see it. I don't know how to help you. Yeah. Don't know how to help you. Okay. If you go to. Oh, man, how am I going to help you? If you can go to the Trade Ideas home page. Just type in like Trade Ideas or something. Yeah, but that link is only going to give you these 3 windows. Okay, it's not going to give you my entire layout. And that's on purpose. The whole idea of the channel bar is to really get you to focus on these 3 windows. And you see all the channels in the channel bar don't have very many different screens. Okay, if you can see, you say you can see this, go to the home page, okay? I mean, just type in trade. Yeah, that's really bad. Okay, trade-ideas.com, that should, or something like that. That'll take you to our home page. And when you're on our homepage, so when you're on our homepage, okay, so you have to find the homepage. So I mean, there it is, www.trade, find the homepage, and then where it says trading room, click on the trading room. Well, when I do it, and then enter the room. It'll ask you for an email and password and all that sort of stuff, I think, okay? Otherwise, I just can't help you. You can't see the links in the YouTube feed. I can't help you. Well, guys, the 11th commandment, it's hard to follow it, but thou shalt not, you know what, fill it in. Thou shalt not chase. There you go. All right, Dreamer, if you can do that, sure. So they were looking for, this is good, this is good teamwork. So they were looking for my shared layout, and then I also gave them my homepage. This has not been a slouch either. VUZI. It's hard, Eddie, though, sometimes, you see these things that keep moving and moving and moving, and you say to yourself, wow, when I said not to chase it, it tacked on another $2. but you know what happens. You know what happens. Yeah, I guess if you want to drill down to a 1 minute, I suppose. Thank you, the Dreamer. Okay, so one of the Dreamer, I think he posted the links. Maybe you guys can see them. For some reason, when I post, you can't see them. That's kind of crazy. Thank you, the Dreamer. Okay, what time is it? 1:50. All right, Ampy is amping up a little bit here. Amp E. Gosh, what a week it's had last week and this week, and still has room. I mean, look at the daily chart or the monthly chart. It still has room to 3. It's a big float, 171 million in the float for a $2 stock. But you look left on that monthly chart, and I mean, it's a shot to 3. Not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying there's no chart resistance until we get to 3. Well, they said that PNW, Pan Alto, that was also running. Maybe not. Well, it's running. I mean, it's a $351 stock though. But the problem is that unfortunately our stocks comparison, there's, I mean, here are some, but they're not the same. It's falling into computer peripheral equipment, so it's not really the same. You're right. FTNT for sure. You're absolutely right. FTNT, Fortinet. You're absolutely right. Just more expensive. That's all. All right. Let me deal with a hungry kitty. Just a second. Yeah, Westport. Well, let's see. I mean, if you look left, what are the highs? 595. What is it now? 517, 618, 597, 674. So I guess, I mean, it's got some room just intraday to about six. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if you believe in the whole thing about EV, and which is, there's no reason not to believe it. I mean, it's happening. Will this one? I mean, last month had a tremendous month, 168. It's having a good month. I mean, it is breaking out. Yeah. If you're gonna, I'm assuming you're talking about a swing. You'd probably have to put your stop the low of the month. In that area, 381 or so. It's had a little pullback the last couple of weeks, and then this week it's going. And to me, I know Real doesn't agree, but I think five, for it to get over five, it's a psychological number to break, and it's looks like it's. Only problem is right now, I'd wait. I'd wait a little bit, see if it keeps pulling back. Now, if you're swinging it, I mean, it doesn't. If you're bound and determined to swing it, and your stop is down there, then whether it stops here and pops, I guess it doesn't really matter. Hmm. So, I mean, to me, there's not a huge rush. I'd probably even wait to the end of the day. Um, because what are you looking? Are you looking for it to try to challenge all the way up here? I mean, that's three times. Up here is 828. So, and I know you know this, but let's just say you got in at five. and your stop is at 380. Okay, let's just make the numbers sort of even. So you've got a $1.20 stop. So you have to have a realistic expectation of getting at least 240 out of this stock. So because, as a 2-to-1, some would say 3-to-1, but let's just say 2-to-1. So 240 plus this is what, 750 or so. So I mean, the next, I guess there's a reasonable expectation it could get to 750. I mean, if it gets up to this level there, does that make sense? God, look at these things. These out of nowhere, these things just start to move. Look at the volume. E-Man, who are you? And where are you? New York? Yeah, I don't think it's going to. I mean, you run the risk it gaps up or something, but I somehow I doubt. How many shares are in the float? Yeah, so it's a big float, 110 million. So I mean, it shouldn't be that crazy, unless it has some stupendous news over the weekend. A barrier, that's a new one. Well, the same thing. I mean, look, if you believe in all this, I mean, look, it has come so far. I mean, look where Plug was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago. So 6 months ago, this was down at 360 or so. So this is basically almost a 10 bagger. I mean, when you ask me what about it? I mean, it's an all-time high. Do you believe that it's going to keep going because EVs are going to be so hot going forward? That's up to you. The same with fuel cell. Fuel cell to me is more of it doesn't have the same. It's definitely not the same as Plug. I mean, Plug did the deal with Walmart last week, right? So I think so it's definitely. It's definitely, I guess, head and shoulders above fuel cell. And then there's Ballard. Ballard is a little more like Plug. Game of Thrones. Still miss the theme song. Of course, I guess I could play it any time. Yeah, so it has. So it's probably, you're right. This is not really an all-time high. This had several reverse splits and all. So this is really not an all-time high. If we showed a chart that was adjusted for it, but I guess we don't have it, or maybe it's got to go back before 2012. But you're absolutely right. But you know what? To anybody brand new into this, that's all they see. Ms. Squirrel, have a great and say hello to your dad. Oh, there he is. Well, I'll say hello to you right now, then, William. Oh, hey, listen. You're not stepping on any toes, MCB. I that was my opinion, but the more opinions, the better. All right, guys. So we're getting to the end of the week. Next week, holiday, Christmas week. Name your religion. So we only have 3.5 days of trading next week. I have no idea what to expect. I think it's been confirmed that Thursday's a half day, and of course Christmas is on Friday. So I wonder if I could ask somebody for a little technical help, if that's okay, and maybe you can answer in off topic if you have a solution. Voozy, Voozy, Voozy. Wow. Wow. And again, look left. Next high looking left is 915. After that, 960. After that, 1140. What a day this has happened. What a week. I mean, this is basically a double. Okay, so I throw this out, and I've tried to do some sleuthing on the net, and I've tried some of the solutions, but nothing seems to work. So I've got my 3 monitors, and of course all my windows. This has got nothing to do with trade ideas anymore. So I've got my windows, or my Windows, Trade Ideas Windows, and other, my brokerage platform, other things on my other monitors exactly where I want them. When it goes to sleep, everything gets jumbled around. And I have to, it's a fairly simple fix for me with the Trade Ideas, but the toolbar moves to another monitor, so I just put it back. I shut down my windows and I reload so with Trade Ideas, I mean, it's a pain, but it's not the end of the world. But I have to rearrange why does it happen? It never used to happen. It's been happening for a month and a half. Yeah, you too, Gypsy Trader. Haven't seen you for a while. No, it's not. It doesn't matter how long. I know what you're saying. Eventually I want it to go to either sleep. Well, even if I put it to sleep, or I want the screensaver to kick in some time. I've already upped it to an hour, so it doesn't happen while I take a break. Nope. I haven't unplugged any monitor. In fact, the guy from Dell was over here last week and gave me put in the new motherboard, so I had to disconnect everything. So I'm assuming he did it okay. I'm not using anything for screen organizing. I don't know what you mean by that even. No, it's nothing to do with Trade Ideas. It's all the different windows, other programs too. It's nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Yep, this is my default monitor. Or no, yes, I have my default monitor. I say it used to work no problem. I mean, everything would remain, and it only started happening about a month and a half ago. So yes, I do. I mean, obviously, I go here. Well, not here. I'd have to get to the desktop, but my control panel, my NVIDIA control panel, where I can designate the monitors. So I've done all that. I mean, that's not an issue. So that I can, of course, seamlessly move my mouse back and forth. It's Windows. It's Windows. Okay, Display Fusion. Okay, Display Fusion. I'll take a look at that. I mean, it's just a bit of a pain. Did I see POW? I did not see POW. Good name for it. Well, Rob, no. I mean, listen. Without getting too into it, I mean, I had to do basically a reformat my hard drive and all. So that happened last week, and the guy from Dell came over. But this was happening before that. Everything was normal. I mean, everything was normal. I don't do anything weird on my computer. I don't load. No new graphics card. Well, look at SWI, guys. This is. I mean, how is anybody going to buy SWI again? For a while, anyway. I mean, their reputation, as we say, has been besmirched. Pro, I will take a look at that. Okay, I will take a look. Display Fusion. So what do I think of DPW? I haven't seen DPW for a while. This used to be, yeah, that's okay, crypto play, yeah. I don't think much of it, to be honest. I mean, had a great week, 3 weeks ago, but it's fallen down badly. Yeah, and I did that, Gypsy, and I tried to go through some of the so-called fixes, and they didn't seem to work. It seems to be a common problem. Display link. Okay, I'm going to type in display. So I've got Display Fusion and I've got Display Link. Okay. Thank you, guys. Never used to happen though. Never, 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 never. No, I'm not using. No, I don't. I've never heard of Display Link or Display Fusion. I'm just going to look it up. I'm afraid to look at WoW now. 960. Okay, not hasn't gone away too much, but some interesting alerts here, guys. ATXI, well, let's see. Is it over 7 yet? I don't think so because I have an alert set for it. Yeah, I mean, it's resting. I wouldn't be touching it yet. For me, I mean, it's got so much room that even if you waited for a 7 break, I mean, you'd be giving up 60 cents. I get it. But to me, it would stall at 7 without, probably wouldn't take out 7 until it does. If that makes sense. But if it takes out 7, like it did earlier, I mean, you're going to get traders interested again. And then I mean, next week it could still have it could still have an interesting move. I think what so I think this is the one, if memory serves me, that they were not allowed a new drug application, and that was what knocked it down. And then they filed yesterday for one, a new one. I think that was it for ATXI. Yeah, I did that earlier, a while back, Dreamer, and I just, you know how sometimes they say this is the solution. I tried it, didn't work. But you're right. You're right. I'll just be a little more active. And I mean, it's not the end of the world. If it were affecting all my trade ideas windows all the time, and I had to constantly, then I'd have to do something. But I mean, my fix is pretty simple. I just bring the toolbar back to this monitor, close all the windows, and load everything again, and it all comes back the way I want it. So, if it were trade ideas being affected every time, and I had to constantly rearrange windows, then I'd be ticked. Is FireEye finally? Okay, so the only little hint here, a couple little topping tails. All right, a couple little topping tails right at that hole number 18. Maybe, just maybe. And then, if you look here, you see the 8 EMA. Hopefully you can see this. I'm going to expand this. So you see that orange line right there? That's the 8 EMA. And that blue line is the 20 SMA. And it's trying to cross. If that crosses below, that can set up a short. So if that 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that could set up a possible short. I have a Dell PC, yes. Okay, so I will repeat that. And this is in general, okay? I mean, this might be specifically, talking about FEYI, but this is the theory. So on all my charts, I have the 8 EMA, okay, that's that orange line. And I have the 20 SMA, that's the blue line. So the theory is this, is that if the 8 EMA crosses down below the 20 SMA, that sets up a potential short situation. Okay, I mean, does it always work? Of course not. Okay? And the reverse is true. I mean, if the 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA, that sets up a possible long situation. So that's what I was saying. This is said it hasn't really crossed it, but that is the theory. So you can apply that to any chart. You see a refresh rate to 30. Okay. I love it. Refresh rate to 30. Exponential, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Exponential. Okay, I just loaded it. Thank you for that, guys. I will look at that when I exit the room. So, for instance, you see this? There was the cross above on the 2-minute chart, setting up a potential long. Did it work? It worked okay. I mean, the alert would have been around 817. If you held on, it got all the way up to 835. I mean, some are rocket ships, some aren't. Some are better than others. So it's a matter of, doesn't mean when you see the cross, you automatically just hop into the trade. Other things have to come into play. How much room does it have, for instance? Underneath, I mean, where could there be some support if it's only, 10 cents away? It's maybe not worth it. How do you know if it has a sell short restriction? You mean from broker to broker? Not sure I understand your question. Now, there used to be. Oh yeah, your broker knows, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't, for interactive brokers, right underneath my order entry where I have my symbol, it actually says shortable. So it says shortable. Beside it, there's a dot. If it's bright green, it means it's immediately shortable. They have shares to short. If it's a faded green, it means, well, we might be able to search for you for some shorts, which I just disregard. And then if it's a red dot, it means it is absolutely not shortable. That's an interactive brokers. Okay? Every broker, brokers are different. But your broker knows. But I don't know who your broker is, Cam, but I mean, there should be an easy way there should be an easy display that shows. Yeah, there's a lot of people with TD Ameritrade here. So with TD Ameritrade, how do you quickly see if there are shorts available? Yeah, hard to borrow. There's hard to borrow, which means that would be probably my faded green dot in interactive brokers. It means, well, we can maybe find it for you, but it's going to be hard. Yeah, I only have one swing going, and it is not based on the chart or anything like that. It's just based on, well, one of our posters, GKK, and that's XNet, okay. And it's I'm not telling you to take it by any stretch, but it's just going to be a play, a blockchain play, crypto play, if you will. And I'm in at 303. I mean, there's nothing shaking on it yet. But GKK in the room, he told us about Mara about 3 weeks ago. Suggested, get into it. And that it might hit 10 by the end of the year. Well, it did. And that was around between the $2 and $3 mark. So he seems to know a little bit about this. Well, not a little bit, probably the crypto market. So, that's why I'm doing it. No other reason. Yeah, with the hard to borrow, but there has to be a way to very quickly see whether or not a stock is shortable in the non hard to borrow category. See, Mara for me is not shortable. There's a big red dot. It's not shortable for me in interactive brokers. Okay, guys, my headset is going to die on me here. Let me just give me a second here. There we go. Well, we don't have the. Oh, okay. Well, we don't. As you know, we don't have the EMA. So you're talking about the SMA. Well, we don't have. Okay, so I think this is what you're talking about, but it is only available as an alert. Okay, I mean it's only available. So the 820, where are you? You know, it's only available as an alert. You know, you could try this. I mean, the problem with it is that the candle has to close. But on a 2-minute chart, it may not be that big a deal. And just see what sort of alerts you get. You know, the longer frames, it's not that great because it requires the candle to complete. So what I mean by that then is that if you had to wait for a candle to complete and the cross was here and the candle hasn't completed and now it's, you know, there. Now you get the alert and yet the cross was up here as an example. So on the 2-minute, it shouldn't be that big a difference. I mean, and sometimes it's going to be. Ah, Marty, okay, for SWI. So, let's take a look at FireEye on the 2-minute. And notice, see, it really didn't cross. You see, the minute it just was touching, but then it turned up. So it really didn't cross. What you'd want to see is a very defined cross, and then and then watch it and have be moving down. But this didn't really cross. Yeah, Dare is it's strong. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it is strong. There's that 145. The next high looking left is about 160. Oh, that I don't know. When used with directional indicators, I don't know. You can try it though. Just try it as a simple alert with other filters in place. I mean, you're going to get the cross, and you know the all you can do is try it and see what sort of what it looks like. In fact, let me just do one. I'm not sure. I might even have one. See if I have anything. There we go. We got the SMA 820 cross, 2-minute and above the VWAP. So let me see this. So there was the $8. Yeah, so there was the alert right there. Okay. There's the VWAP, there's the VWAP, 791. There was the alert at 797 or so, well, $8, okay? Now, as an example. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you can put other, obviously put, you don't want a whole bunch of alerts though. I mean, you don't want to be inundated with alerts. And then of course all you have to do is duplicate the window. And you can see what happened. All of a sudden, just because 2 minutes came by. So let's start looking at some of these alerts. Yeah, I mean, it's, you see, that's what I'm saying. It's at, the cross was what, at 14, so the price was 14.37, so it means right there. So what I would be doing now, you know, instead of having all these alerts, is I would be putting in more. What have I got here? So, you know, maybe, you know, put the volume way up, a lot higher. And also, maybe putting in a change from the open. So it's a strong stock. Change from the open, say 3%. I mean, I'm just, you know, making stuff up here. So there was the cross right there at 38.25. What did it get to? No, would have been pretty quick. You get the cross at, well, actually 38. Oh, okay. You see, this is what happened. This is what I'm talking about. There was the cross actually at 38.27, but because this was such a fast-moving stock, it didn't get alerted until 38.64. I mean, it's going to happen. Okay, is that? But you know, sometimes if it's a very fast-moving stock, that's going to happen. Now I'll let you in on a little secret. We are developing it. And it's hopefully an alert that I'm going to be able to test for a while, and it'll be real time. So there we go. So you just have to look. I mean, there's the cross for LI at 31.90. We got the alert at 31.95. Is that the end of the world that it's 5 cents? You know, it's 5 cents away? No. And then all you have to do is duplicate it to get the cross downs. Just duplicate the window, right click, and configure, and then flip it. And I'll just give it another name below the VWAP. Okay, now we're getting the ones on the way down. Yeah, and exactly. Just try some combos. You're getting too many alerts. You know, what did I do to kind of take some of them away? Because we didn't get very many at 230, did we? We had a whole bunch at 228. We had a whole bunch at 228. But just because I added, you know, up the volume a bit, but I also said, and the price has to be at least 3% up from the open. So just by doing that, really cut down on the number of alerts. The other one to add, I would add the relative volume. Let's get the relative volume. Also, that's one I should have added almost immediately. So put the relative volume, add the filter. Let's go 2. Okay. Okay, so now we've added relative volume to it. So now that'll cut down on the alerts also. How wrong could I have been on VTGN? Look at this move right here, but if somebody had made me take this trade one way or the other, there's no way I would have gone long. Not with the financing at 93 cents or whatever it was. 63 million shares. I don't see any other news. See, the other thing I might add too, I mean, what I would want to get rid of are patterns that look like this. So you want to have a little bit more range in the 2-minute chart. You know, I mean, this is what, 222, 221. So I probably add some range to the 2-minute chart. So it wouldn't look like this. Look at that cross right there. So, okay, here's a good, but you know, we know this one is a really fast mover. So the cross happened at about 38.89. And the alert was at 38.59. So that's 30 cents away. So I mean, that's too far gone. But we know this one is a very fast mover. Yeah, I'm not a big swing trader, Marty, but I can look at it, but I'm just not a big swing trader. But if you sent, oh, you can't see, well, if you put the link in here, I guess I can see your link and your cloud link. Hopefully I can see it if you put it in there. Should be able to because I see you're posting. Just that I can't post for some crazy, stupid, ridiculous reason. Yeah, I mean that was Torps told me last night they were somebody was an MSNBC or CNBC, one of them talking about one of the financial networks talking about IPOC. Yeah, no, we're working on on that cross, the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, and it's sort of a new type of a program. I'll be the guinea pig to test it. We don't know how we're going to roll it out, man. It'll be real time. Yeah, we're just going to start with that. Eventually, should be able to, but eventually could be a year. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I may shut a little earlier. Starting to wear down a bit. Yeah, the room is definitely different, Chris. I mean, there's way more interaction with traders. What's good? Interaction with traders? It depends. If you like interaction with traders, then it's good. If you don't, then it's bad. How do I answer that? You're throwing me a trick question, Ryan. Boy, keep an eye on this AMP, boy. I mean, it is amping up. It's not a low float. Surprised it actually had that much of a pullback, but lots of room. You are more than welcome, Eddie. My pleasure. Excellent, William. It took your daughter to keep you in line. For those of you who don't know, we're kind of new to the room, William Squirrel. He used to just post as William, but he used to always talk about he'd get little acorns, little acorns from his trades, just small little acorns. So, and then one day he came up with William Squirrel. I think you came up with it. And then his daughter, he started teaching his daughter how to trade. His daughter's name is Emily, and so she showed up as Emily Squirrel. How cute is that? Yeah, I have no kids. I don't have kids. You are my kids. Meanwhile, going ballistic here. Feye, Fire Eye. Wow, that's a big miss by me. My pets are my children. You're absolutely right. I love my pets. No, we can't go lower than 2 minutes, Eddie. Another one just ramping at the end of the day. Loving this window again, guys. Loving this window. This is McAfee. Hard to, God, it is hard to trade McAfee, knowing the history behind it. I know it's not the same, but it is still. Yeah, you were. So where were you in? What price were you in at KPTI? Wow, 15. Wow, for you, that's amazing. I remember you said you were taking it, so you took it on that bounce right here. And you haven't traded anything yet? Sold half at 112. So when I look at this, there is some support right here, maybe, around 1660. If it ever got down close to that, I'd be out. That's on the 15-minute chart. Real would talk about the 8 EMA and the 2-minute chart. You can see how it is moving higher and higher. I think if it breached that, you might want to separate. You might want to I don't know, to take everything out, but you might want to certainly look at getting some out. Okay, so it could be the 5.8 or it could be the 2.8. The 5.8 is still valid. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete that Grumpy. Okay. Yeah, he's a weird cat though. Yes. Yeah, he is. He's more than a bit nuts. Where did he head? Was he in? Was it Costa Rica or Panama or Belize or one of those countries? You can tell this is Friday afternoon. So in case anybody is just showing up for the very, 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 very first time, no, this is not typical. I'm sure I told you this story before. Somebody showed up for this is a few years ago, and we were having a little fun Friday afternoon. I think it was my worm growing story, or worm farmer story, and complained to Trade Ideas that the room was unprofessional. And it was probably the first time in 2 years that I even deviated. Ah, well done, Zach. Yes, wow. Hit the nail on the head is right. Well done. Now you see how that it is now piercing below the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart, starting to pierce below. I mean that could actually make it fall further. SWI, holy smokes. This would be so, again, I kind of, I'm sort of joking, but I mean, who is going to step in and other than just a pure little bounce trade? I mean, this company's reputation is just trashed. How do they, I know America is the great forgiver, but wow. How do you come back from that? Redemption. That's the word I was looking for. Redemption. But I don't know. This is a tough one. I still don't quite understand the technically what happened. All I care about is SolarWinds bad. And something about 30,000 sites or something like that. African night crawlers, the best. Oops, MCB, oops, easy. Easy. Well, safe is all relative, cyber K. I mean, it's all relative. I mean, I would, yes, I mean, it's all relative to something with 1 million shares in the float. So it's all relative. Doesn't mean it's a slam dunk. You're talking about this relative volume right here, Malcolm? Okay, so relative volume is I believe it is a proprietary filter. Yahoo! Amp. Sorry. Shameless cheerleading. So relative volume, I believe, is a proprietary calculation that we have. I'm going to put the actual definition of it, but I'll explain it. Let me just find the definition of it. Okay, so think of it like this, though. That is sort of the technical definition of it. So think of it like this. Over a certain period of time, and it might be 10 days, I'm not sure what the day, I know it says 30 days there, but let's just say a certain period of time, SWI up to 250 has traded a certain number of shares. At this, compared to what it normally does then over that length of time, it is 11 times that. Okay? So this is time relative, as opposed to normal volume filters, which say, allow you to say, okay, show me when a stock is trading twice as much as normal. Say if normal volume over the last 10 days is 1 million, show me when it's traded 2 million if I put 200%. Okay? Well, that's fine. I mean, that's a valid filter. But for that same stock, what would be if that same stock that normally trades 1 million shares, okay, and you put 200 for a volume percent filter, so you're not going to see that stock until 2 million. What if that stock in the first, 5 minutes trades 500,000 shares? My guess is that in the first 5 minutes, if that stock has traded 500,000 shares and it normally only does 1 million, this stock is going to have a tremendous run. Okay, so that's where the relative volume filter comes in, because it's looking at a time period, so you can catch early moves instead of having to wait for that stock to have traded 2 million shares. You'll be able to see it, say at the 500 on the way up to 2, and maybe, who knows, 10 million at the end of the day. Hopefully that makes sense. So I never use our volume percent filter during trading hours, the normal trading hours. I always use the relative volume, because it is time dependent and it can change. All of a sudden you get some tremendous volume and you have high relative volume, then all of a sudden the volume tails off, and that'll start bringing that relative volume figure down. Exactly. 8.68 is significant, yes. Definitely. But again, it's that definition. It uses a 30-day average volume, but has an algorithm that breaks the day down to 22 time segments based on its historical volume. Blah, blah, blah. Whoops. It's not a stock. It's not linear throughout the day. And that's why I said it's not linear throughout the day, because all of a sudden, if the volume just completely dries up, it could go back actually underneath So one is normal. So you'll see me, for instance, and all my basic new highs and lows, so as to only see stocks that are, trading abnormally, I put the current volume at 4. To me, it's probably, I don't want to say it's the most powerful filter, but it's probably a filter I use all the time. So, if I only want to see stocks that are very, that are having lots of activity, that's what I use. Just think about, without looking at that actual definition, just think about, the average up to this point of day would be this, that it would, say over 30 days. It would normally be trading this amount. Today, it's twice that up to this point of the day when you look at the average. I mean, to me, that's the easiest way to explain it. Well, that was the relative volume filter. The relative volume filter. Oh, there could be, of course, CyberK. But I mean, how are you going to get, whittle that 10,000 stock universe down to a manageable number? So that's why we use the filters. You always start off with filters. I'm going to try to answer. I'd see if there's some other questions I haven't got to. Just give me a moment here. I've got to find that alert. There we go. Close this down before I can close this down. AMP E. So where was that alert? 220, and even earlier and something else. So right there, 210, right there. Well, if you want, listen. I mean, you want to get into a trade. I mean, you need volume, and it's nice to have relative volume. That means there's lots of interest, right? So you get into something, you want to be able to get out of it if you want. So I'm not a big indicator guy. The only reason I'm even talking about EMA and SMA is because of Real. Okay, he introduced that. I mean, it's not that he invented it, but I mean, a lot of people who use technical indicators, these moving averages. This seems to be the one, the 80 EMA and the 20 SMA. Okay, don't ask. I mean, so I'm only doing it because Real showed us that 2 years ago. Okay. So the other one is the 200-day moving average. I mean, I'm not a big technical indicator guy, but the 200-day moving average is absolutely important to me. I always want to know where it is. As the stock approaches the 200-day moving average, many times it just stops. And that's why I have it there. There's the 200-day. Not that this one stopped today, of course, but absolutely. So the crossover points, if you want to be safer, you use a higher time frame. Okay, the 2 minute, obviously the 2 minute cross is going to be show it earlier than the 5 minute, which will show it earlier than the 15 minute, etc., etc. Yes, and so the 2 minute cross may not be as reliable as say a higher time frame. It's up to you. Some people. Wish I had my example. See if I can have my example from yesterday that I showed. See if I can find it, guys, and I'll show it to you. Okay. Hopefully I can show this to you. PRFX. This is a good example from This would be from yesterday. So let me see if I can expand it enough. Guys, FEYE. It's just, I know you were able to short it, but my goodness. And look at it. I mean, these are going in opposite directions. SWI, FEY. I'm trying to see if I can. 10, 11. Oh, it was yesterday. See, I just don't know if I can get far enough back here that it makes sense. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't. Maybe I can do this. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't show it. I didn't save the. I didn't save it, but PFRX yesterday. There was a cross at. What would it have been at? I think it was at 6:36 or something on the 2 minute, and then on the 5 minute it was at 6:28. And look what it did afterwards. I mean, it got down to all the way down here, down to 540. I mean, that was a great example of one. Okay, so if you'd waited for the 5, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. The 2 would have at least alerted you to it, and then you could have started watching it. Then if you wanted to wait for the 5 confirmation, I mean, you would have given up about 6 cents, but man. Well, it's up to you. 5 and 15. I mean, there are people that will trade on the 1 minute chart, the 2 minute chart, the 3 minute chart. So it's really up to you. I mean, I only have the 2 up because of that cross. That's the only reason. I didn't have this 2 minute chart up for years. The lowest time frame I had was 5. But as you know, guys, I say this all the time. These are almost my as important time frames because everything I see is at a high of the day. So great, you're at a high of the day. Where can you keep going to without getting resistance, coming into resistance? So that's why I have these time frames. I'm always looking at them. No, you could be up more, Marty, if you, I mean, there's a little bottoming tail there, but I mean, who's going to hold this? Minimum volume based on time. So we do. Nader, we do. I don't know, maybe you're... So for instance, the volume in 1 minute. Okay. So you want the volume. Okay, it does require, have you ever written a custom formula? So Nader, I'm talking to you. You have? Oh, great. Well, if you have, you're in for a treat. Let me just give you the data points, okay? Give me a moment here. Okay, so first I'm going to put this link in the room. If you've written custom formulas before, then this is a good resource for you. Okay, so that's the link. So if you go down, I think to page 5 or 6, let me just scroll down. Must be page 6. So here we go. Here are the formulas. Volume up 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30. So you can establish the minimum amount in 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 30. Okay? Clear? So if you've done it before, then you know there's the 1 minute formula, and you have a min and a max, and you just can put your min, whatever you want that minimum volume to be, in 1 minute as an example. Okay, good to go? Okay, good. All right, guys. Oh, it's 3:03 already. Okay, guys. So I think I'll shut her down. What a week. I say that every week, but it is. What a week. So next week, holiday week, Christmas week, 3.5 days of trading, half a day on Thursday, holiday on Friday. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of action people say. It'll be really boring. I guarantee you it won't be boring. Not with trade ideas. We'll always find stuff to trade. So thanks a lot again for all your help. Room civility. Very, very important to me. Thank you very much for all of that. Don't have to worry too much about stuff like that. So have a great weekend, everybody. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So again, have a great weekend and we'll see you then.